take a good look at this photograph. It was taken in the Congo Free State in the year 1904. The man is named Nsala, and he sits in grief, staring at the small, severed hand and foot of his 5-year-old daughter. These remnants of his child were all he had left to hold. The rest of her body had been butchered and cannibalized by rubber harvest agents as punishment for his village failing to meet its rubber quota. This was the reality of life under King Leopold II's regime in the late 19th century. During Leopold's rule, the territory known as the Congo Free State was transformed into a vast labor camp, where millions of Congolese were coerced into extracting ivory and wild rubber under constant threat of violence. Severed hands, burned villages, whippings, summary executions, they all became commonplace. The story of the Belgian Congo, especially in the period of Leopold's personal control from 1885 to 1908, is one of the most horrifying chapters in colonial history. A tale of greed and brutality on an unfathomable scale. We are going to talk about the atrocities committed in the Congo Free State and the early Belgian Congo. There's plenty of them. I hope you have a strong stomach moving forward. We'll also talk about how Leopold II acquired his personal African fiefdom under the guise of philanthropy, and then unleashed a reign of terror to plunder its riches. Well, spend the next hour with me and we'll go down a very dark path, But let me welcome you to the channel first. Good to meet you if you're coming here. How about you click that subscribe button? It's right there. Also, give it a like, comment, and subscribe. That helps the algorithm. If you want to see less brain rot slop on this platform and more actual historical content, well, all you need to do is click those buttons and the algorithm pushes us out more and the world becomes a better place. Also, speaking of the world becoming a better place, we're doing our bit by not filling the videos with ads. You won't get interrupted from start to finish on this channel. They're all turned off. We're supported by those on Patreon, YouTube memberships, the merch store, and of course the occasional donation. All links are available in the pinned comment, video, and channel description if you are interested in following them. Now, with that being said, let's get to the topic at hand, the Belgian Congo. First of all, understand how King Leopold II of Belgium managed to turn an enormous swath of Central Africa into his personal colony. That's where this all starts. In 1865, when Leopold came to power, as a constitutional monarch with limited authority, at least at home, but he did harbor grand imperial ambitions. In the late 19th century, Scramble for Africa, European powers were busy carving up the continent, often likening Africa to a cake to be divided. We've all seen that famous picture. Leopold refused to be left without a piece of that. As he reportedly told an aide in the 1870s, quote, "I do not want to miss a good chance at getting us a slice of this magnificent African cake." With Belgium itself being a quite small nation, Leopold knew that he had to act shrewdly on the international stage to secure a colony. You see, he was up against Spain, Britain, France, pretty big-ticket countries. And Belgium, just being that little piece of Europe, well, they just wanted a little bit of their own colonial venture. Well, lucky for Leopold, his opportunity came with the exploration of the Congo River Basin by the famed Welsh-American explorer Henry Morton Stanley. Between 1874 and 77, Stanley crossed Central Africa and navigated the length of the Congo River, noting its rich natural resources and strategic potential. Leopold was paying attention, and he carefully cultivated a relationship with Stanley, eventually hiring him to help establish a foothold in the region. Working through front organizations that sounded benign, such as the International African Association, ostensibly formed to promote scientific and humanitarian work in the continent, Leopold secretly laid plans to acquire as much territory as possible along the Congo River. Stanley, with extraordinary vigor and often brutal methods, negotiated treaties with hundreds of local chiefs from 1879 to 84. Inducing them through gifts, bribes, sometimes deception, to sign off on documents that they did not fully understand. These papers, some merely marked with an X by those illiterate chiefs, effectively ceded sovereign control of their lands to Leopold's organization. The diplomatic triumph for Leopold came at the Berlin Conference of 1884 to 85. When the major European powers convened to establish ground rules for the colonization of Africa. Leopold shrewdly convinced them to recognize his claim of what he called the Congo Free State, a territory roughly 76 times the size of Belgium. He promised an enlightened colonial regime, pledging to bring Christianity, abolish the slave trade, and to guarantee free trade rights in the Congo region. All sounds good on paper, doesn't it? The Berlin Act obliged the new Congo Free State to protect the welfare of the native inhabitants and allow international commerce to flow in and out. But in reality, all of these lofty promises were a smokescreen. Leopold had zero intentions of developing the Congo for the benefit of the Congolese people. It was quite the opposite. Instead, he viewed it as a vast private estate from which he could extract a fortune in resources. And here's something telling. The king never even set foot in the Congo during his life. He just delegated its rule from afar. To him it was just an investment. Leopold's rule in the Congo quickly devolved into outright exploitation and brutal repression. Even in the first years of its administration, reports of abuses began to emerge. Leopold's agents conscripted thousands of Africans as porters to haul goods across the country, especially ivory and equipment, since roads were few, and motor transport, of course, did not exist at the time. These porters, sometimes secured through intimidation or through deals with local chiefs, were forced to carry heavy loads for weeks on foot. Many perished from hunger, exhaustion, or illnesses along the way. To tighten his grip, Leopold also expanded his military presence. In the early 1890s, his force publique fought a campaign against Arab Swahili slave traders in the eastern Congo. This is known as the Congo-Arab War of 1892 to 1894. This war was publicized as a humanitarian victory, one that abolished the last slave raids in the region. But that wasn't quite the truth now, wasn't it? It also eliminated a rival source of power, which was the real objective. And after that rival source of power was gone, the way was cleared for Leopold's troops to dominate the entire country. With the Arab networks crushed, the force publique could turn its attention fully to extracting resources from the Congolese people, and they did so with little external interference. From 1885 onward, Leopold II reigned over the Congo Free State as an absolute sovereign. He invested his own money, and later loans and profits from the land itself to set up an administration. The colony was divided into 14 districts, run by commissioners who answered directly to the king. In the early days, ivory was a prime target. Elephants were hunted relentlessly for their tusks, which fetched quite a high price in Europe. Ivory hunting and trading expeditions penetrated deep into the interior. To transport the ivory and other supplies, Leopold's agents often forced local people into porterage, as we mentioned, or utilized steamboats on the Congo River network where it was possible. By the mid-1890s, however, a new resource overtook ivory in importance: wild rubber. The industrializing world's demand for rubber, whether it be for machinery belts, automobile tires, bicycle tires, insulation, loads of stuff made with rubber, really. Well, the demand was all soaring, and the Congo possessed vast forests of rubber-yielding vines. Leopold realized that rubber could really be the colonial bonanza he was looking for. To maximize rubber extraction, Leopold's regime effectively enslaved the Congolese population. The colonial administration declared that all unoccupied land, when unoccupied defined so broadly as to include most of the country, belonged to the state of Belgium, and by extension, to Leopold himself. So what does that mean? Well, for the villagers, it meant they could no longer freely use the forests, or hunt and gather, as they had done for generations. Instead, they were compelled to labor almost exclusively for foreigners, collecting rubber and other trade commodities for the profit of Leopold. Villagers who had once lived by hunting, fishing, and subsistence farming were now driven to spend most of their days bleeding rubber vines in the forest. The process of collecting wild rubber itself was excruciating. Men often had to climb high on the forest canopy to tap the vines, making cuts to gather the oozing latex. With no containers handy, many would smear the rubber sap onto their own bodies to carry it, letting it coagulate on their skin. Peeling off the dried rubber later, of course, was agonizing. It yanked out hair and tore at the skin, sometimes in rather large strips. And so day after day of such toil left people weak and covered in wounds. Yet those who paused or fell behind in their quota risked savage punishment upon the soldiers' return. The regime introduced forced labor quotas. Each community was ordered to deliver a certain amount of rubber or ivory at frequent intervals. The quotas escalated to unrealistic levels as demand for rubber began to skyrocket. Chiefs who failed to meet the quotas could be imprisoned or beaten. Ordinary people who resisted or could not keep up faced the worst fates. Leopold's agents had no qualms about using terror to meet their targets. The survival of their post, and often their personal bonuses and promotions, depended on extracting sufficient rubber, and that's by any means necessary. Under Leopold's rule, terror became a deliberate tool of governance, a means to enforce rubber collection and crush any resistance. The Congo Free State maintained a ruthless military force called the Force Publique, which functioned as both an army of occupation, but also an instrument of internal coercion. By the 1890s, the Force Publique numbered around 19,000 men. Its officers were Europeans, mainly Belgian, also some Italian, Scandinavian, etc., but the majority were Belgian, while most of the rank and file were Africans conscripted from various regions. Some Congolese men were forced into service after their villages were defeated. Others were kidnapped or purchased as children from slave traders and raised in military camps. Recruits were trained under iron discipline, and service terms of 7 years were enforced. Essentially, the force publique held many of its own soldiers' families hostage to ensure loyalty. With this army, Leopold's state wielded a mailed fist over the population. Good luck standing up to them. 1, it's the numbers. 2, it's the experienced leadership. And 3, of course, it's the equipment. The Belgians had the good cannons, the good guns, all the best technology that the 1890s could provide, whereas the poor Congolese, well, they had nothing. They weren't going to start running at them with medieval-like weapons. Perhaps they had some firearms, but they would have been cleared up quite quickly by the force publique if anything, any conflict had have broken out. Now, the main task of the force publique was to ensure that villagers complied with the rubber and ivory quotas. They were an economic protection vehicle, just very iron-fisted. Small garrisons or sentry posts were established throughout the rubber-producing areas. Typically, an officer or an armed state agent would arrive in a village with a band of soldiers and demand a certain quantity of rubber. If it was not delivered on time, the soldiers might lash out violently. One of the most infamous instruments of coercion was the chicote, a whip made of sun-dried hippopotamus hide, cut into a corkscrew strip with razor-sharp edges. The chicote could inflict horrific pain, as you can imagine. Victims, often men but also women and children for certain offenses, were forced to lie face down, and then flogged on the bare back and buttocks. A typical punishment might be 50 to 100 lashes, but even 20 strokes could leave someone bleeding and scarred. 100 or more, well, that could be fatal. Survivors of chicote punishment were often permanently disfigured with criss-crossing wounds. Yet colonial officers routinely ordered these beatings for infractions as minor as a worker appearing to be lazy, or for delivering lumps of rubber that were deemed to be too small. As rubber quotas became even more impossible to fill, the methods of enforcement grew increasingly barbaric. Village men were forced to abandon agricultural work and spend long periods trekking through the jungle to gather latex. While the men toiled, the soldiers often seized the village women as hostages. It was common for troops to lock up women and children in makeshift prisons, sometimes just a fenced enclosure. They would remain there until the rubber quota was met by the men. These hostages were mistreated in a myriad of ways. Many were given little to eat and could be assaulted by the guards. If the men took too long or came back empty-handed, some hostages, including children, might be killed as a warning. The psychological torment is unimaginable, don't you think? Hearing that one's loved ones would suffer unless unattainable quantities of rubber were produced. It drove people to pretty desperate extremes. But even more chilling than that was the widespread use of mutilation and murder as routine punishment. The most notorious practice was the cutting off of hands. In theory, the state administration insisted that each cartridge expended by soldiers must be accounted for, a rule intended to prevent troops from wasting ammunition, or as some observers believed, to discourage them from hunting game for food. Soldiers were ordered to bring back the right hand of every person that they shot, as proof that a bullet had been used to kill a human, and not expended in vain. Now, in practice, this macabre policy turned hands into a sort of death trophy, a kind of currency. Force publique soldiers, both to justify their use of ammunition and to terrorize the population, began to aggressively collect severed hands. If a soldier killed someone, the victim's hand was severed and tossed in a basket to be counted later. Astonishingly, if soldiers ran short of hands, to prove their kills, they sometimes raided villages and chopped off the hands of living victims to make up the difference. Numerous accounts exist of soldiers cutting off children's hands, or severing the hands of corpses after a punitive raid, and smoking them over a fire to preserve them as they carried them back to camp. The basket of severed heads became perhaps the most grotesque symbol of the Congo Free State regime. In some reports, soldiers even traded hands for the state's rewards. A Belgian officer, upon seeing a soldier with a particularly large haul of hands, jokingly called him the best hunter of them all. But the violence did not stop at mutilation. Entire communities were massacred as a warning to others. Let's just say, if a village refused to gather rubber, or if people fled into the forest to escape these exactions, the force publique would go after them, attack and burn the entire village to the ground. Despite the climate of fear, there were instances of resistance, though. Some communities, and even some force publique soldiers, attempted to rebel against the terror. For example, in 1895 to 1897, sections of the force publique composed of Batatela tribesmen mutinied against their Belgian officers. These uprisings and other local revolts were all eventually crushed by the colonial army's superior firepower. And the rebels, when captured, were typically executed or mutilated, and reprisal raids might be carried out against any village suspected of supporting resistance. There are accounts of soldiers decapitating village chiefs and displaying their heads on stakes after suppressing rebellions. In one particularly ghoulish case, a Belgian officer named Leon Rom, a station commander in the Upper Congo, was said to have used the severed heads of rebellious Congolese to decorate the flower beds of his post. The same Leon Rom is often cited as a possible inspiration for the character of Mr. Kurtz in Joseph Conrad's novella Heart of Darkness, which itself drew upon Conrad's experience as a riverboat captain in the Congo in 1890. The systematic brutality had a devastating impact on the population. Many people were outright killed by bullets, beatings, and burnings. Others died slowly from starvation and exposure after their villages were destroyed. Those who survived lived in constant terror. Traditional life was upended. Crops went untended, leading to hunger and malnutrition, and families fractured under the strain. Diseases also swept through the traumatized populace. A raging epidemic of sleeping sickness, that is, trypanosomiasis, long word, I know, struck the Congo River basin in the early 20th century, as did outbreaks of dysentery and smallpox. These diseases would have been deadly in any case, but under the colonial regime their effects had been magnified. The forced migrations and the concentrations of people in camps that spread the infection, while the weakened state of a population subjected to overwork and malnutrition meant that death rates were higher. By the early 20th century, observers noted entire regions were once thriving villages. Well, they'd almost vanished now. Based on later estimates and comparisons of census figures, it appears that the population of the Congo may have been reduced by roughly half during the Free State period. Some contemporaries spoke of extermination, while precise numbers are impossible to determine. Many historians believe that from the 1880s to 1908, somewhere around 10 million Congolese died as a result of the combination of overwork, starvation, disease, and outright massacres during Leopold's rule. Now that's a death toll that is so large that a lot of scholars have fairly described it as a hidden genocide. There's plenty of other genocides that go on that seem to get a little bit more attention. Half the reason that we're doing this video is to bring attention to it. For Leopold and his partners, however, this murderous system proved immensely profitable. It all came down to the money. By the turn of the 20th century, the Congo was yielding huge financial returns. One Belgian rubber company's stock had exploded in value, paying dividends hundreds of times over. And Leopold himself was collecting millions of francs in personal profits. The king channeled a large portion of this wealth into extravagant projects in Belgium, commissioning palaces, grand public buildings, and an ornate museum at Tervuren to celebrate his African enterprise. All of it built on blood money. Behind the statistics are innumerable personal tragedies and stories of unspeakable cruelty. Missionaries and other witnesses recorded some of these in their journals and reports. For example, a British missionary, Reverend John Harris, returning from an excursion up country, wrote in a 1905 letter to Leopold's chief agent, quote, "I have just returned from a journey inland to a place called Insongo Mboyo. The abject misery and utter despair upon the faces of these people is more than I can describe." He went on to talk about how a village had been burned to ashes, and people's hands had been cut off. In another case, a Swedish missionary, E.V. Sjöblom, reported that in one district the captain had ordered 30 strokes of the chicotte for every man in a village as encouragement to produce rubber, and that several elderly men died from this punishment. Accounts like that, coming from otherwise reserved clergymen, certainly doesn't paint a very good picture of daily life under Leopold's regime. But one of the most notorious atrocities we already mentioned in the introduction. It was documented by an American missionary, Alice Seeley Harris, in the form of a photograph. In that image that we saw at the start, a Congolese man named Nsala sits on a low veranda, gazing at the severed hand and foot of his young daughter. This occurred in the village of Beringa in 1904. Nsala's daughter, just 5 years old, and his wife had been killed and dismembered by militia of Rubber Concession Company because their village had not delivered the required amount of rubber that month. The militia men who did murder later admitted that they actually cannibalized parts of the child's body. The father gathered the remains, well, whatever he could, just a hand and foot, and was photographed in this state of unimaginable grief. When this image, along with others of mutilated Congolese, began circulating in Europe and America, the public were understandably horrified. Mark Twain would later reference the photo's awful poignancy when he wrote of the incorruptible camera being a witness to Congo crimes, crimes that could now not be silenced. So, for many years, the atrocities of the Congo Free State were systematically hidden, or if they were discovered, just denied by Leopold's regime. The Congo was privately controlled, you see, not a Belgian national colony, which meant there was very little external oversight. Leopold also imposed strict regulations. Journalists and outsiders were generally not allowed freely into the interior. Protestant missionaries, mostly from Sweden, America, and Britain, were permitted, but they were scattered and often came from small denominations who had limited political influence. Meanwhile, back in Europe, Leopold spent vast sums on propaganda, newspaper articles, pamphlets, and even hired lobbyists to portray himself as a benevolent ruler. one who was bringing enlightenment and prosperity to Central Africa. He bestowed honors on himself, such as calling his colony a work of civilization, and cleverly dismissed any critics as either uninformed or perhaps motivated by jealousy. Yet, despite the secrecy and spin, there were a number of courageous individuals who came out, both foreigners and a few Belgians, bearing witness to what was happening and raised alarms. One of the first and most notable was George Washington Williams, an African-American historian, journalist, and a former soldier. Williams traveled to the Congo in 1890, initially hopeful about Leopold's venture. He even sought a job in the colonial administration. But what he saw upon arrival appalled him. The abuse of local people and the fraudulent nature of Leopold's civilizing mission. In 1890, he wrote an open letter to King Leopold II, which stands as a damning indictment of the misdeeds within the Congo Free State. It was in this letter that Williams accused Leopold's government of murder, slavery, and exploitation. He catalogued how Congolese were forced to labor without pay, how caravans of porters were driven by the whip and left to die, and how Leopold's claim of fighting slavery was a complete sham. He even coined the term crimes against humanity to describe the atrocities. Williams sent copies of the letter to newspapers and governments all around the world, and his bold action seems to have paid off. It was the first major international exposure of the terror within the Congo. But sadly, Williams became ill, and he died in 1891 during a trip to England. He did not live to continue on the campaign. And furthermore, Leopold's supporters sought to discredit him, spreading rumors about his integrity, background, and vested interests. For a time, his revelations were downplayed, but the documentation he provided would later be taken up by others. Throughout the 1890s, several missionaries stationed in the Congo also tried to sound the alarm. These included men like the British Baptist minister John Harris and a Presbyterian missionary from the United States named William Shepherd. Now Shepherd, also an African-American who lived in the Kasai region, directly witnessed the aftermath of punitive raids. In one notable incident in 1899, he encountered a village of the Kuba people who had been attacked by rubber agents. He found bodies of men and women with limbs severed, and collected dozens of severed hands that had been presented by the perpetrators as proof of their deeds. Shepherd wrote about this and published his account in a church mission journal. When Leopold's administration caught wind of it, they actually put Shepherd on trial for libel in 1909. This was after the Congo had changed hands, pardon the expression. The trial, which became a cause célèbre and ended in Shepherd's acquittal. Then there were other missionaries, like the Swede E.V. Sjöblom and various British Baptists in the Congo basin, writing reports, giving lectures upon returning home, or even directly petitioning the authorities in Brussels about the abuses. At first, these pleas were met with disbelief or indifference. Many Europeans simply couldn't imagine that such systematic cruelty was being carried out by an officially Christian colonial state, and one under the patronage of a European king. The breakthrough in international awareness came from the work of Edmund Den Morel, a British journalist, and Roger Casmont, a British diplomat. Morel was a young shipping company employee in Liverpool in the late 1890s, when he began noticing peculiar aspects of the Congo trade. He observed that ships coming from the Congo to Belgium were laden with valuable cargoes, rubber and ivory. But the ships going out primarily carried soldiers, arms, and ammunition, not trade goods. There was no evidence of the supposed commerce that a normal colony would have, no merchandise going to Africa to be exchanged for ivory and rubber. Morel realized that the only explanation was forced labor. The Congolese were producing all of the rubber and getting all the ivory, but they were not being paid in trade goods or currency. Rather, the guns were on the boat to compel them by violence. What an epiphany, It spurred Morel to quit his job and devote himself to exposing what he termed the Congo slave state instead of the Congo free state. Very clever. I've lost where I'm reading. I'm sorry. Breaking the third wall. Don't worry, I've found it. We're back. In article after article, and through his own journal called the West African Mail, Morel published evidence and denunciations of Congo atrocities. He corresponded with missionaries to gather first-hand testimonies, and he became an unstoppable agitator in the British press. Morel popularized the term red rubber to describe the Congo rubber tainted with blood. With a gift for vivid writing, he declared that, quote, "The Congo state is a monstrous vampire, tricked out in the raiment of philanthropy, sucking the lifeblood out of the African peoples." Such rhetoric, backed by concrete data and witness statement, it all began to turn public opinion in Britain. Now, the British public, embarrassed that it had helped sanction Leopold's rule at the Berlin Conference, eventually took action under growing pressure. In 1903, the British House of Commons passed a resolution of concern about the situation in the Congo Free State, and the Foreign Office dispatched Roger Casemont, their consul in Boma, that is Congo's coastal administrative capital, to investigate the situation. Casemont traveled into the interior of the Congo in 1903 and spent weeks interviewing people and taking notes. Fluent in French, the language of many Congo state officials, and familiar with African cultures from his postings, Casemont compiled a devastating official report in 1904. The Casemont report confirmed that widespread abuses were indeed occurring. Forced labor, indiscriminate killings, mutilations, floggings, the kidnapping of women and children. It was all just one tragedy after the other. It included specific examples, and even statistics, for instance detailing how villages had been razed and populations reduced. Casemont wrote of meeting emaciated refugees who told him that life had become intolerable, that nothing remained for them at home but to be shot for failing to bring rubber, or to starve trying to satisfy the demands of the white man. The report, once made public, caused an international outcry. Casemont's standing as a respected diplomat lent credibility to what humanitarians had been saying for years. But Casemont didn't stop there. Knowing that effective pressure would require broad public mobilization, he reached out to E.D. Morel and others to form a dedicated organization. In 1904, the Congo Reform Association, the CRA, was established in Britain, with later branches in the US. Morel was its driving secretary and publicist. While Casemont quietly supported it, he was still in the diplomatic service, so he had to maintain a lower profile in the campaign. The CRA brought together an impressive array of supporters, church leaders, prominent writers, and businessmen. And one of its vice presidents was actually the famous author Mark Twain, who, deeply moved by the cause, penned a scathing satirical essay titled King Leopold's Soliloquy in 1905. In this piece, Twain imagined Leopold II speaking in his own defense, sarcastically praising his own work in the Congo and expressing frustration that the photographic evidence of atrocities had undermined his facade. At one point, Twain's Leopold fumes that the camera was the only witness he could not bribe. Twain's satire was both darkly humorous, but also blisteringly direct. It helped sway American public opinion by exposing the moral absurdity of the justifications of Leopold. Likewise, literary figures in Britain took up the pen too, notably Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. You might recognize the name. He was the one who wrote Sherlock Holmes. He published his work in 1909, The Crime of the Congo. Conan Doyle was incensed by what he called, quote, the greatest crime in all history. And in his book, he laid out the evidence, kind of like a legal case, arguing that Leopold's regime had been responsible for the deaths of millions, and that such a crime demanded accountability. Monarchy be damned. Now, of course, he compared the forced labor system to the worst abuses of the slave trade, and condemned the Belgian public for their complacency. The involvement of such high-profile writers kept the issue in the spotlight of educated society. Now, although not an activist tract, an influential literary work also emerged from this dark period. Joseph Conrad's novella Heart of Darkness in 1899. You see, Conrad had captained a steamboat on the Congo River in 1890 and witnessed the cruelty and greed of the system firsthand. His fictional portrayal of a deranged ivory trader, Mr. Kurtz, presiding over unspeakable atrocities in the jungle, was directly inspired by the realities of the Congo Free State. Conrad's work captured for readers the moral emptiness at the heart of Leopold's enterprise, and left an enduring cultural depiction of the Congo's horrors. All these efforts, the investigative reports, the newspaper coverage, the public meetings, the rallies, the books, the pamphlets, they put Leopold II under a spotlight. In Belgium itself, in the mid-1900s, at first, many regarded the criticism as a foreign attack on their king's honor. But gradually, as missionaries returned to Belgium with stories, and as Belgium socialists and liberal parliamentarians began asking questions, domestic opinion began to shift, and it wasn't shifting in Leopold's favor. The Catholic Church in Belgium, initially a supporter of Leopold's civilizing mission, also grew disturbed by reports from priests in the Congo. And so Leopold found himself increasingly isolated. He was defending what was now the indefensible. By 1906, the weight of evidence and international condemnation had grown to overwhelming proportions. Reluctantly, Leopold II agreed to allow an independent commission of inquiry, composed of a Belgian, a Swiss, and an Italian jurist, to investigate the conditions in the Congo. This commission traveled through the colony, hearing testimony from missionaries and even a few Congolese witnesses, speaking through interpreters, of course. In its 1905 report, the commission corroborated virtually every single allegation. It confirmed that forced labor was rampant, that excesses, including killings and mutilations, had indeed occurred, and that the native population was indeed being decimated. But Leopold, he wasn't quite out of the fight yet. He still tried to iron it out. He had some of his supporters issue a rebuttal, claiming that the findings of the commission were exaggerated. But the pressure was now certainly irrevocably against him. The United States, which had been the first country to recognize Leopold's claim in 1885, by the way, publicly voiced concern. More importantly, the Belgian Parliament forced the issue. Belgium's government embarrassed and morally provoked, pushed Leopold to relinquish control of the Congo Free State. After protracted negotiations in which the Congo haggled for financial compensation for his infrastructure in the Congo, that is, an agreement was finally reached. In November 1908, the Congo Free State ceased to exist. The territory was annexed by Belgium and became the Belgian Congo. Leopold II extracted a large payment and some concessions, like a continuation of certain lucrative mining rights for companies that he was involved in personally. But he no longer ruled the Congo on that personal level. The Belgian government took over administration in an effort to restore the country's international standing. When Belgium took over, there were some immediate improvements. The more flagrantly abusive practices, such as the indiscriminate forced rubber quotas, routine hostages, and mutilations, were now officially abolished. The notorious concession companies, like the ABIR, were either dissolved or reorganized under closer government supervision. The population decline began to slow, and the colonial authorities made at least limited efforts to provide health care, for example, setting up campaigns to control sleeping sickness. The Belgian state administration did invest more in infrastructure and introduced some medical and educational services, but its approach remained deeply paternalistic and economically, of course, quite exploitative. Congolese people were still required to pay taxes in the form of labor, a system of obligatory pre-stations for public works, and harsh working conditions persisted in many sectors such as mining and plantation agriculture. For example, vast copper mines in Katanga and new rubber plantations continued to generate wealth for Belgian companies. It was all on the backs of underpaid African laborers, though. Open violence against the population became less overt than in Leopold's time, but institutionalized racism and occasional brutality were inherent to the colonial system, and that wasn't going to go away by just changing the management. However, it would be wrong to assume that the suffering of the Congolese ended in 1908. The regime of the Belgian Congo remained a colonial system of forced extraction. While people no longer were being maimed for the rubber quotas, they still had virtually zero political rights, and in their own country, that is. The colonial administration maintained authoritarian control, with all important decisions made by the Belgian officials. No consultation with the locals. Forced labor, now euphemistically called civil requisitions, which is it's a very gentle word for it, continued for building railroads, roads for cars, that is, and government projects. One project in the 1920s, a railroad connecting the Congolese interior to the coast in neighboring French Congo, cost the lives of an estimated 20,000 African laborers under French direction. In the Belgian Congo, too, thousands of workers died in hazardous mines and in the construction of infrastructure. Though these events received far less international scrutiny, the extreme population decline began to level off and reverse by the mid-20th century. But the trauma left by Leopold's era cast a long shadow over Congolese society. Now as for Leopold himself, after yielding the Congo, he didn't live much longer. He died in December 1909, unmourned by many. But in a final act of spite, or perhaps guilt, he ordered that large swaths of the Congo Free State archives be burned, reportedly to destroy evidence of the atrocities and a few financial misdeeds. Even so, a vast record remained in the form of parliamentary inquiries, survivor testimonies, missionary archives, and the damning reports published by the reformers. All of the other atrocities that got burnt up, well, we can only imagine. The horrors of the Congo under Leopold II constitute a grim case of how absolute power and unrestrained greed can lead to a terrible atrocity. What took place in the Congo Free State at the turn of the 20th century was not an accident, nor can we chalk it up to the excesses of a few bad apples. It was a structured system of plunder and terror. It was set up intentionally to extract maximum profit, regardless of human cost. Leopold II managed to convince the world that he was a humanitarian, all while presiding over a colonial regime whose brutality rivaled, and in some aspects exceeded the worst atrocities of the slave trade that preceded it. The scale of death and suffering, millions dead, many more millions traumatized or impoverished, it's hard to fully comprehend. It reshaped demographics and societies of the Congo River Basin, and the scars of that have still yet to fully heal. In academic terms, the Congo Free State has become one of those quintessential examples used to illustrate the concept of a labor regime of atrocity, a system where a colonial economy was built literally on forced labor, terror, and abuse. It also foreshadowed later human rights crises of the 20th century. The international campaign that eventually brought down Leopold's rule is notable as one of the first major human rights movements. It showed the power of documentation and public opinion in an era before instantaneous communication. The activists of those days had to rely on newspapers, books, public lectures, and diplomatic pressure. It wasn't a quick process. It took over a decade of relentless campaigning by Morel, Casemont, and their allies to effect change. But their success in forcing a reigning monarch to give up his colony, that was unprecedented. And in that sense, there is a silver lining to the Congo horror story, in that it galvanized a generation of activists and set precedents for later international humanitarian efforts. It's just a shame that we had to learn the hard way. The end of the Congo Free State didn't mean the end of oppression for people in that region. They would have to endure that for another half-century of Belgian colonial rule. Sadly, many more post-colonial traumas after that too. The situation in the Congo is not good. I don't have to go there personally to tell you that it is not ideal. Yet, perhaps the worst nightmare of the rubber terror is at least put to an end. One can credit the bravery of those who spoke out, as well as the resilience of the Congolese people themselves for that outcome. The Congolese never completely submitted to the yoke. They resisted passively by fleeing, maybe slowing down work when they could. They resisted actively in uprisings when the time came. And ultimately they survived to eventually reclaim what was left of their land. And so today, this whole story is a pretty somber lesson. Can you see what happens when unchecked corporate and state power meet racial arrogance and greed? Now that's a bit of reflection, isn't it? The true costs of the wealth that fueled industrial prosperity. In recent years, there's been a growing acknowledgement in Belgium of this darker side of the history, including debates about removing statues of Leopold II and formal government expressions of regret for colonial atrocities. Personally, I don't think they should take down any statues. I just don't. You know, that is just my personal opinion. Let's think about, let's say, a figure like Ashurbanipal or Julius Caesar. terrible in terms of war crimes, people killed. No one's talking about taking their statues down. And thousands of years later, we're glad that we have the artifacts of them. We're very glad to have them. So I don't think we should be taking any historical monuments down, no matter how distasteful. If anything, allow them to remind us of the past we left behind. In any case, the horrors of the Belgian Congo, that's a chapter of history that needs to be told, both as a memorial and also a warning of the depths to which human exploitation can sink. 10 million people. Makes you wonder why you never heard of it before. Funny how that works. The year is 1906, and on a September day at the Bronx Zoological Park in New York, hundreds of eager visitors jostle for a view inside the monkey house. Behind the iron bars, amidst chattering chimpanzees and an orangutan swinging on a perch, sits a young African man. He is diminutive in stature, quietly weaving a hammock from twine as a parrot flutters nearby, and a sign on his enclosure reads, "The African Pygmy, Ota Benga, age 23 years, height 4 feet 11 inches, bought from the Kasai River, Congo Free State." The crowd gawks and laughs. Some do so uneasily, others marvel openly. But few seem to be troubled that a fellow human being has been placed on display like an animal. Ota Benga, labeled a missing link, has essentially been caged for public amusement. But this disturbing scene was not an isolated spectacle born of one zookeeper's cruelty. It was part of a widespread practice during the late 19th and early 20th centuries, the so-called human zoos. The term human zoo is a modern label for a phenomenon that once went by more genteel names: anthropological displays, ethnological expositions, or living exhibitions. But whatever the name is, the concept was the same. Groups of people, always almost non-European, often indigenous or colonized populations, were exhibited in staged, natural environments for the edification and entertainment of mass audiences. These shows were ostensibly educational, presenting viewers with the chance to observe the world's primitive races up close. In reality, human zoos traded more on sensationalism, racial stereotypes, and a bit of colonial arrogance. They reduced a living human being, whether it be a man, a woman, or even a child, to a curiosity behind a fence or in a cage. Regardless, millions of ordinary people flocked to gape and gawk at the exhibits, as imperial governments, showmen, and scientists touted them off as proof of evolutionary superiority. Yet, even at the time, there were a few critical voices, recognizing the profound exploitation and cruelty at work, but unfortunately drowned out by the clamor of those at the ticket counter. But here we are today to tell the story in hindsight. The human zoos. Not many people know about it, but it's very real. So spend the next hour with me and you'll come out of it with a pretty good understanding. Now, of course, I'm going to begin the video by the customary thank you to the people who are keeping this entire channel ad-free, a veritable oasis away from the slop and the ads and the constant bombardment we're getting these days in 2025. It's going to get worse before it gets better, but you won't have to put up with it on this channel, because we are ad-free, supported by those on Patreon, YouTube memberships, the occasional donation through Super Thanks and PayPal, and those who check out the merch store. But short of that, the best thing you can do for us is spread the word. Tell your friends, share on social media, and do the normal like, comment, subscribe, hit the hype button thing. It really helps us out more than you know. So with all that being said, let's not say anything more about it and just enjoy today's program. Well, we have to begin by saying that human beings in general have always been objects of interest to one another and curiosity. And that especially counts for when you encounter someone who seems exotic or different. If anybody's been traveling around and places, you see kids come up to you that might not have seen a person of your race before, and they ask pretty inquisitive questions. Pretty common for those who've gone to the more far-flung parts of the world. But the idea of exhibiting humans for others to behold is unfortunately not a unique invention of the Victorian age. It has much older precedents. Anthropologists and historians have pointed out that as far back as antiquity and the Renaissance, people have collected and displayed other people who were considered unusual. For example, in the early 16th century, Cardinal Hippolytus Medici in Rome kept a collection of people of diverse races, alongside a little menagerie of rare animals. According to one account from that time, his living collection included individuals from Africa, Asia, and the Americas, described patronizingly as savages who could converse in many languages. The Medici princely curiosity for human diversity was, in its own way, a precursor of the human zoo, though in a more private garden than a public fair. During the Age of Exploration, though, European courts and circuses became increasingly fascinated with exotic peoples brought from overseas. Explorers sometimes abducted or enticed indigenous individuals to return with them as living trophies of discovery. And when the English navigator William Dampier arrived in London in 1691, he brought with him a man from an island in the East Indies, a tattooed native of Miangas, in today's Indonesia, whom Dampier billed as a painted prince. Londoners lined up and paid good money to see this man, exhibited under the stage name Prince Giolo. He was displayed nearly nude to showcase his intricate tattoos, and marketed with sensational stories about his supposed royal status. The public's curiosity was piqued, but at a terrible cost. Within only a few months, the islander fell ill, and then he died of smallpox, never having truly understood what was really going on, this spectacle around him. His brief display in a tavern-turned-museum left behind nothing but a pamphlet and a grim foreshadowing of how often such human exhibitions would end in tragedy. By the 19th century, freak shows and traveling exhibitions of human oddities had become a popular entertainment in Europe and America. Impresarios like the famous P.T. Barnum made fortunes showcasing individuals who they labeled as prodigies or monsters of nature. Barnum's exhibits included the likes of Joyce Heth, an enslaved African-American woman, purported falsely, that is, to be a 161-year-old nurse of George Washington, and the Siamese twins, Chang and Eng Bunker, whose conjoined bodies astonished audiences. In the early 1800s, a Khoisan woman from southern Africa named Saartjie Baartman was displayed in London and Paris under the stage name Hottentot Venus, her body scrutinized and fetishized in a degrading spectacle of racialized voyeurism. And these shows were, in many respects, direct ancestors of the human zoos to come. You see, they treated individual human beings as objects of spectacle, catering to public fascination with the other. But still, classic freak shows typically focused on extraordinary physical traits or disabilities of solo performers. What would emerge in the second half of the 19th century was a shift from single curiosities to whole groups of people exhibited in constructed environments, purportedly as representative samples of races or cultures deemed to be more primitive on the scale of human progress. The 1870s, however, brought an age of empire, and with it, a new kind of human exhibition that mirrored the ambitions of colonialism. And no figure was more instrumental in pioneering these ethnological shows than Carl Hagenbeck, a German animal trader and showman who would later found Europe's most famous zoo. Hagenbeck had built his career capturing and selling wild animals to zoos and circuses, but in 1874 he hit upon a new idea. Why not exhibit indigenous people in a setting that recreates their native life alongside the animals of their land? That year, in Hamburg, he staged what is often considered the first modern human zoo exhibit. He brought a group of Sami people, Laplanders from northern Scandinavia, along with their reindeer, sleds, and tents, and he set them up in a faux Lapland encampment for public visitors. Unlike earlier sideshow displays, Hagenbeck's presentation strove for a veneer of authenticity. The Sami were encouraged to wear their traditional clothing, tend to their reindeer, and enact daily routines as if they were at home in the Arctic. By placing people in a simulation of their natural habitat, Hagenbeck made visitors feel as if they were traveling to a distant land, encountering a pristine, primitive culture. And the formula proved to be wildly successful, and it did not go unnoticed by other entrepreneurs and institutions. Hagenbeck's subsequent shows grew even more ambitious. In 1876, he organized a troupe of Nubians from Sudan to tour Europe, followed by an exhibit of Inuits. He referred to them as Eskimos. They were from Labrador in 1880. These early ethnographic shows drew huge crowds. They went to cities like Paris, Berlin, London, and of course the imitators were not far behind. Europe's zoos, exhibition halls, and fairgrounds soon hosted a rotating cast of entire villages imported from around the world. The practice spread to America as well. By the turn of the century, one could find Somali families displayed in native huts at London's Crystal Palace, Plains Indians performing dances in Berlin, or Amazonian tribespeople paddling canoes in a lake on the outskirts of Paris. Promoters often stressed the educational and scientific value of these exhibits. The late 19th century was the height of social Darwinist thinking and racial anthropology. Scientists and anthropologists were frequently complicit in these human displays, using them as opportunities to study what they considered as specimens of various races of mankind. In one notorious case from 1880, the great German biologist Rudolf Virchow convened a special meeting at the Berlin Zoo when a group of Inuits were being exhibited. Before an assembled audience of scholars, Virchow examined the Inuit individuals as living examples of a foreign race, measuring their skulls, assessing their physiques, etc., just like as if he was observing captured wildlife. Published reports of the time show an unsettling scientific eagerness to categorize human beings alongside a presumed evolutionary hierarchy. Europeans and white Americans, of course, placed themselves at the pinnacle of the hierarchy, and everybody else was sort of filtered down on the lower rungs. Of course, on those lower rungs were the people who were now on display, whose cultures were dismissed as childlike or unsophisticated. For the public presentation of these shows, made the message even more explicit. Human zoos became a tool of propaganda of sorts. Each exhibit, implicitly or explicitly, told a story of Western dominance, and here in the flesh were the inhabitants of Africa, Asia, the Americas, the Pacific, living in a state of nature and backwardness, justifying that civilizing mission of colonial powers. When France hosted a grand exposition in Paris in 1878, it featured a display of indigenous people from its new colony of Senegal as part of a grand Negro village. Visitors strolled through a fabricated African village populated by actual Wolof and Serra people, shipped from West Africa, and told to carry on daily tasks under the eyes of French spectators. The exhibit was promoted as showing the fruits of France's colonial enterprise, an imperial trophy case of human beings. It was so popular that a decade later, in 1889, Paris did it again, and this time at an even larger scale. That year's World's Fair, marking the centenary of the French Revolution, famously introduced the Eiffel Tower, but another star attraction was the Village Niger. The fair's organizers brought in 400 indigenous people from across the French colonial empire, Africans, Asians, Pacific Islanders, and installed them in an artificial tropical village as living exhibits. Over the 6-month exposition, a staggering 28 million people visited the fair and poured through the native village, making it one of the most successful human zoos ever. But for the majority of those visitors, it was likely the first time they had seen an African or Asian person. The exhibition deliberately framed these families as specimens of a less evolved stage of humanity, conveniently affirming the colonial ideology of the day. But France was not alone in this. By the 1880s and 90s, every major colonial power and many commercial showmen were in the human zoo business. In Germany, Hagenbeck's touring shows were so prominent that the German word Volksschau, folk show, became synonymous with human ethnographic exhibitions. The Berlin Zoological Garden regularly hosted such shows. One of Hagenbeck's Nubian troops drew so many Berliners in 1877 to 78 that the press coined the term Nubiacola, Nubian frenzy, to describe the especially enthusiastic response of certain local women. As one showman later recalled, the tall bronze-skinned Nubian men, often dressed in little more than loincloths, quote, excited the young girls most of all. And more than a few flirtations ensued across the barriers of the exhibit. Whether they were genuine or somewhat in teasing fashion, we don't quite know, but we do know that the entire phenomenon was very different to what people were used to, provoking both titillation and anxiety. German colonial circles were perturbed by tales of women becoming Nubian crazed. There were even a few that actually ran away with the performers. In fact, when one Nubian troupe prepared to depart Berlin in 1878, police had to be called in after several Nubian men refused to leave their local sweethearts. Armed officers forcibly separated the interracial couples at the train station to ensure Africans would be sent home. Of course, this was before the days of the height of the Weimar Republic. For such incidents, of course, fueled a few racially based fears and even influenced colonial policies. The German Empire would later enforce strict anti-miscegenation rules in its African territories, partly out of concern that the enticements of these shows undermined racial boundaries. Now elsewhere in Europe, the world's fairs and colonial expos became prime venues for human zoos. The Belgian government, for instance, staged a striking human exhibit during the 1897 International Exposition in Brussels. At the behest of King Leopold II, who personally owned the Congo Free State as his colonial fiefdom, the large Congo village was constructed on the grounds of the Tervuren Palace outside the city. And it was there where 267 Congolese men, women, and children were put on display around an artificial lake. They paddled canoes, they cooked food, and performed dances for the visiting public. Belgian citizens came in droves, eager to get a glimpse of their colonized subjects, and it's estimated that 1.3 million Belgians, out of a population of only 4 million at the time, by the way, visited the Tervuren Human Zoo at that summer. Now that's an extraordinary turnout that testified to the intense popular interest. If only I could have that kind of turnout on my channel. That's okay, we're doing all right though, aren't we? Yet the exhibition, had a deadly side to it too. The problem was that summer was unseasonably cold and damp, and at least 7 of the Congolese performers died of pneumonia, or just cold-related illnesses during the exposition. They had been made to live in drafty imitation huts, wearing light tropical clothing in the chilly Belgian weather. After the fair ended, the bodies of those 7 Congolese were simply dumped in an unmarked mass grave in a local cemetery, their individual names forgotten. The public, however, remembered only the success of the spectacle. So proud were the organizers of their human zoo that they decided to establish a permanent museum of colonial achievements at the site, the institution that is known today as Belgium's Royal Museum for Central Africa, had its direct genesis in that 1897 human exhibit. By the turn of the 20th century, human zoos had become a familiar fixture at major fairs and zoological gardens, not just in Europe, but also in the United States. The 1904 World's Fair in St. Louis, or St. Louis. I'm not sure how you guys say it. Some people say Louis, some people say Louis. I don't know. I'll say Louis, maybe. Yeah. Officially, the Louisiana Purchase Exposition was a showcase of American progress and imperial pride following the U.S. victory in the Spanish-American War. Fair organizers were keen to display America's new colonial possessions and the diversity of its frontiers, assembled what was possibly the largest human zoo ever on American soil. Get this, over 1,100 indigenous people were brought to St. Louis from overseas, including hundreds of Filipinos from various tribes, that is the Igorot, Negrito, the Moro, etc., recently subdued in the Philippine-American War, as well as Inuit from Alaska, Native American groups, African pygmies from Central Africa, and others. The fair created expansive ethnographic villages, where these people were instructed to live out their days as performers, and for 8 months, fairgoers could wander from a simulated Filipino village to an African pygmy camp, to a Native American teepee settlement, observing what was billed as Stone Age peoples alongside exhibits of the latest electric light technology and agricultural machines, a deliberate contrast between the primitive cultures and the modern civilization. And you might imagine, too, that the conditions for these on display in St. Louis were often harsh. And you would be correct. Many of the Filipinos, for example, were forced to endure Missouri's winter while wearing traditional loincloths and scant clothing intended for tropical heat. A bit of a recipe for disaster. Observers noted that the Igorot villagers brought from the mountainous regions of the Philippines suffered especially when the temperatures dropped. Yet the organizers insisted they continue their daily demonstrations outdoors for the crowds. The Igorots were also coerced into performing a ritual that the Americans found titillating. kind of not so much, but they basically made them eat dogs. You see, in their home culture, Igorot communities would occasionally consume dog meat as a part of certain feasts or rituals, and sensing a marketing opportunity, the St. Louis Fair managers had the Igorot group butcher and roast dogs in front of audiences, over and over again. Kind of look at the savages spectacle. Newspapers gleefully reported on the dog-eating Igorot tribe, and this lurid display became one of the fair's most famous attractions. It mattered little that in genuine Igorot culture, such a ritual would be done sparingly, but at the fair it was performed almost daily to satisfy public curiosity. And then there was basic welfare and dignity, both in short supply. A report from the exposition noted that poor sanitation and a lack of potable water in the camps led to outbreaks of dysentery and other illnesses among the performers. Medical care was minimal. That year, at least 2 members of the Filipino exhibit died on the fairgrounds, their names and exact stories barely recorded. It is known that their bodies did not even receive private burials. Instead, in a final insult, the remains were sent to the Smithsonian Institution in Washington, D.C., to be part of the museum's anatomy collection. In death, these individuals were treated as specimens to be preserved in jars or measured by scientists, emphasizing again how dehumanized they'd become by this entire enterprise. Despite such cruelty behind the scenes, the St. Louis World's Fair was hailed as a great success and drew nearly 20 million visitors. The human exhibits were considered an integral part of the fair's educational mission. Anthropologists involved with the exposition organized special events like anthropology days, during which indigenous participants were encouraged to compete in athletic contests. Think about foot races, javelin throwing, archery, stuff like that. This was all to demonstrate their physical prowess, or sometimes lack thereof compared to Europeans. Not surprisingly, the contests were often rigged or laughably mismanaged, and they ended up reinforcing patronizing stereotypes. One American anthropologist bluntly concluded that these savages scored poorly in these pseudo-Olympics, thereby proving the innate superiority of the Anglo-Saxon athlete. Such was the pseudo-scientific smugness that underpinned a lot of these displays. Yet even more disturbing was that case of Ota Benga, the one that we mentioned in the introduction, which we'll talk about in a bit more detail. The young Congolese man who, after appearing at the St. Louis Fair, ended up in a New York zoo. Ota Benga had been bought from the Congo in 1904 by an American specimen hunter named Samuel Phillips Werner, who was tasked with acquiring pygmy people for the St. Louis anthropology exhibit. After the fair, Werner eventually took Ota Benga to New York, where in 1906 the Bronx Zoo director, William Hornaday, agreed to give Ota Benga temporary housing on the zoo grounds. Now this temporary housing evolved into one of the most infamous human zoo episodes in history. Hornaday, with the encouragement of a prominent racial theorist, Madison Grant, decided to place Ota Benga on exhibit in the zoo's monkey house, effectively labeling him as another specimen in the private collection. So day after day, crowds swarmed the monkey house to see the African pygmy displayed alongside an orangutan. Hornaday posted signs with an overtly racist message, identifying Ota Benga as an evolutionary missing link, a living proof in their eyes that Africans occupied a liminal stage between apes and civilized white men. Many New Yorkers accepted this display at face value. Newspapers ran headlines. One of the headlines was, quote, "Bushman shares a cage with Bronx Park apes," and attendance at the zoo went absolutely bonkers. Tens of thousands came to see Ota Benga. A celebrity for the wrong reasons, I suppose. But here's the thing. This exhibit also sparked one of the earliest organized backlashes against human zoos. Outraged by the sight of a black man in a cage, a group of African-American clergymen in New York protested vehemently. The Reverend James H. Gordon and others demanded Ota Benga's release, denouncing the exhibit as an insult to their race and to human dignity itself. Reverend Gordon pleaded in a meeting with zoo officials, quote, "Our race, we think, is depressed enough without exhibiting one of us with the apes. We think we are worthy of being considered human beings with souls." Yeah, fair enough. Well, these protests gained some traction in the press, and then a few uncomfortable questions were raised. Even in 1906, there were plenty of people who were asking how could this be allowed just a few decades after the end of slavery. Bowing to mounting pressure, and probably nervous about a bit of bad publicity, the zoo removed Ota Benga from the cage after a couple of weeks and released him into Reverend Gordon's custody. But Hornaday, the zoo director, felt no remorse. He scoffed at critics, privately writing that when the history of the zoo was written, Ota Benga affair would be the Ota Benga affair, rather, would be its most amusing chapter. So it was easier for him just to dismiss the moral objections as overreactions than to confront the fundamental cruelty of what he had done. But for Ota Benga himself, the aftermath was pretty tragic. Though he was freed from the zoo, he never truly recovered from the trauma and homesickness. Attempts were made to repatriate him to Africa, but they all failed. He ended up in the orphanage in New York and was later sent to a vocational school in Virginia. There, in 1916, a decade after his humiliation in the zoo, Ota Benga took his own life, despairing that he would never find his way home. Now, that story remains one of the most poignant indictments of the human zoo era. The human cost behind the spectacle is laid very bare. So what was it like to be inside a human zoo, looking out at the endless sea of curious faces? We are fortunate, or perhaps unfortunate, to have some testimonies from the very people who were put on exhibit. The voices are rare, as most of the exhibits left no written records, but one pretty good account comes from Abraham Ulrikab, a 35-year-old Inuk man from Labrador, that's northeastern Canada, who along with his family was recruited by a showman to travel to Europe in 1880. Abraham was educated by a Moravian missionary and kept a diary during his months-long ordeal as a living exhibit in Germany, France, and Austria. His diary, later translated, offers a glimpse of daily life in a human zoo from the perspective of the attraction. In September 1880, Abraham, his wife, and their 2 young daughters and 3 other Inuit companions found themselves displayed in the Berlin Zoo, lodged in a makeshift Eskimo hut for visitors to peer at. Abraham writes of the constant intrusion of the crowd, quote, "Going out by daytime is impossible because of all the people. We're totally surrounded by them, by many different faces." He describes how the enclosure would be filled up immediately whenever they attempted to step outside, throngs of Berliners pressing in to get a closer look at the Inuit family with their fur parkas and kayaks. The Inuit tried to maintain their dignity, even attending church services when chaperoned by sympathetic missionaries. But the experience was clearly taxing. In his diary, Abraham notes that one of his fellow Inuit, a man named Tobias, had, quote, "stopped being cheerful because he was tired of the people." The novelty of fame, if one could call it that, quickly gave way to exhaustion and melancholy. Just imagine being gawked at, day by day, a specimen behind a railing. Horrible. The Inuit adults keenly felt this humiliation, I'm sure you can imagine. As a German newspaper at the time observed, on the faces of the Inuit women there was a melancholic expression. They knew fair well that they were being exhibited, exposed to the curious, prying glances of old and young. The author of that 1880 article went on to express a pang of conscience that many others apparently did not feel. Quote, "We cannot express a feeling of embarrassment about these human exhibitions, and especially about human exhibitions in zoological gardens." And such sentiment, of course, was far ahead of its time. A rare open criticism of a practice that most people in the era just accepted without question, whether as education or entertainment. Depends on who you ask. Now, for Abraham Ulrichkamp's group, the journey ended in heartbreak. If you were expecting a happy ending, well, videos are not really one for that. They continued touring through Europe into the winter of 1880, under the management of their handler, who happened to neglect one crucial precaution. He failed to have them vaccinated for smallpox. In Paris, the entire Inuit troop contracted smallpox amid the crowded conditions, and within weeks, all 8 Inuit, Abraham, his entire family and friends, died one by one in a foreign land far, far from home. Abraham's diary entries cease as illness overtakes him, but his earlier words stand as a haunting chronicle of people treated as commodities. He had written wistfully of his hope that they might earn enough money in Europe to improve their lives back home, but also of his longing for Labrador, and the stinging awareness that nothing about their treatment was truly respectful. His diary was later found preserved in a Moravian church archive, one of the first person testimonies of a person who lived and perished as an exhibit. But not all participants in human zoos were strictly coerced. Some saw it as a kind of opportunity, or at least they believed it to be in the first place. Remember that the aim of the game is exploitation. It is not going to be a good deal. A few indigenous performers even managed to subvert the format to an extent. For example, members of Buffalo Bill's Wild West show, such as the Lakota Sioux leader Sitting Bull, use their tours in Europe to publicly complain about the U.S. government injustices, rather than just silently play off the role of the savage. But Buffalo Bill's show was somewhat distinct from the ethnological exhibitions. It was more of a scripted performance. In the classical human zoos at fairs and expositions, there was little room for political statements or personal agency. Performers were expected to conform to the stereotype that was assigned to them. Don't go off the script. They were given daily schedules, costumes, and props to perform traditional dances or rituals, whether or not these things were truly traditional or not. If the crowd expected war dances or spear throwing, the organizers made sure that those were on the program. The authenticity of these shows was often quite superficial. In some cases, if real cultural practices seemed too dull or complex for audiences, well, they'd just make up some fake ones. There were instances, too, of African-American performers being hired to pose as African tribespeople, or Filipinos coached to stage mock tribal wars with each other to thrill spectators with a bit of cannibal combat. The priority was entertainment and drama, not accurate anthropology. Daily life in a human zoo was a strange mix, a bit of theatrical routine and a lot of personal discomfort. Many exhibits essentially lived on the fairground or zoo premises for months. They slept in the constructed huts or tents at night, and were on duty whenever the venue was open to visitors. They often had to deal with invasive strangers attempting to touch them, feed them, or torture them in languages they did not understand. At the 1958 Brussels World Fair, which featured what is often described as the last official human zoo, the Congolese men and women in the exhibit were enclosed behind a bamboo fence. The Belgian visitors would call out to them, trying to elicit a reaction. One contemporary journalist noted that if the Congolese did not respond to the catcalls, that spectators would throw coins or even bananas over the fence, taunting them like animals in a cage. And this was not in 1858, but 1958. And that's well into the era of television, and after the United States had been founded. A pretty sobering reminder that attitudes underlying human zoos did not vanish overnight after the Victorian era. Those being exhibited were typically at the mercy of the organizers for food, shelter, and medical care. Some organizers were more humane than others, sure, but the profit motive often led to cost-cutting and neglect. Remember, it's never cost-cutting, it's profit-raising. Well, the case of the Congolese at the 1897 Brussels Expo and the Filipino and Inuit deaths at the World's Fair show that exhibitors frequently failed to provide adequate protection against climate and disease. Outbreaks of measles, influenza, or smallpox could rip through a native village whose inhabitants lacked immunity to European diseases, tragically echoing the very real depopulation that imperial contact had caused in the colonies themselves. But on top of the physical hardships, the psychological toll was immense. For many, the experience of being gaped at and treated as inferior confirmed their worst suspicions about their masters. It was not uncommon for people to return home with bitterness or a sense of betrayal. Some did not live to return at all. Others were essentially stranded in foreign countries after an exhibition, left to fend for themselves when they were no longer entertaining or useful. In one case, 2 Congolese men who had been part of an American exhibition were abandoned in the U.S. by their agent and had to be taken in by a black colleague in the South until they could eventually go home. The human zoo enterprise was one of mercenary callousness. To the showman, these individuals were just mere exotic commodities to be shuffled around, displayed, and then when the show is over and the ticket sales run dry, to be discarded. But the question remains, why exactly did so many otherwise ordinary people, families, students, businessmen, throng to see these exhibitions and accept them as something that was just completely normal? Well, part of the answer lies in the scientific and social context of that age. You see, human zoos were bolstered by the prevailing racial theories and imperial ideologies of the 19th century. This was the era in which European and American thinkers increasingly spoke of a hierarchy of races, with Caucasians at the top, and Negroids, Mongoloids rather, and other primitive races further down the ladder. Colonialism was rationalized as the white man's burden to uplift or civilize the uncivilized peoples. Now, within that worldview, displaying colonized peoples in a zoo, it kind of made sense. You see, it visualized that hierarchy for everyone to see, and it sort of showed, well, this is what they're like. The exhibits almost always juxtaposed the modern and primitive. Fairgoers could see the newest technological marvels in one pavilion, i.e. all of the fancy European stuff, and then next they would see the loincloth-wearing pygmies in huts, thereby convincing themselves that, well, that technology and empire, well, it was all just proof of inherent superiority. Promoters often described the displays in pretty patronizing and dehumanizing language. They spoke of giving these tribes an opportunity to participate in the world community by traveling abroad, or claimed that the indigenous people were happy and smiling under the appreciative gaze of civilized folk. Colonial officials would say that these exhibits demonstrated the progress being made in educating the natives, or conversely showed how much work remained yet to be done to bring them up to standard. There was also a strong undercurrent of social Darwinism too, a notion that by observing living fossils of primitive mankind, one could glimpse what the early stages of human evolution looked like. Of course, we were all just trying to figure things out back then. Took a few dark roads. I think that's safe to say. Now, go back to Otabenga. When he was placed in the Bronx Zoo, it was very explicitly to argue that he represented a lower step on the evolutionary ladder, an idea that prominent scientists of the day, steeped in eugenics, didn't find objectionable. It was just the prevailing theory of that age. Madison Grant, who we've mentioned, the conservationist and racial theorist who was behind the Otabenga exhibit, would later write a famous eugenic tract called The Passing of the Great Race, warning of a dilution of racial purity. For him and his peers, human zoos were just one more piece of evidence to marshalling their cases, that purity and hierarchy were simply just biological facts. Now, it is important to recognize that none of these attitudes were fringe at the time. World's fairs and zoos were prestigious institutions. When Paris held its vast colonial exhibition in 1931, essentially a final grand showcase of the French Empire, it drew some 34 million visitors in 6 months. Among them were writers, professors, families, and just the general run-of-the-mill tourist from around the world. The expo featured replicas of temples from Indochina, an artificial Madagascan village, and hundreds of colonial subjects performing in each zone. It was advertised as the ultimate educational experience. At the expo's entrance, a grand sculpture depicted France as a maternal figure, leading the grateful Africans and Asians by the hand. Well, inside, human zoos hammered home that message, that the colonized were childlike and static, in need of a hand up to enter that more modernized state of living, while Europe was dynamic and advanced, and so on. And it is pretty chilling to reflect that this occurred in 1931, not even a century ago, and was seen as a pretty family-friendly day out. Get a little bit of ice cream, too, while you're watching all of the loincloth Africans in their cages. Pretty strange by our modern standards. Now, that being said, there were the critics and dissenting voices, even if they were in the minority. We noted that German article from 1880 that decried the embarrassment of human zoos in a zoo. Well, another form of protest came in unexpected areas. In 1903, Japan, which was a colonial power — Europeans do not have the monopoly on colonialism, we have to say that — well, they hosted an industrial exposition in Osaka, which included a human pavilion, essentially Japan's own attempt at a human zoo, featuring indigenous Ainu from Hokkaido, as well as people from Okinawa, Taiwan, and Korea, and they were territories that Japan was integrating into its empire at the time. To the surprise of the organizers, this exhibit triggered anger among some of the very populations depicted. Go figure, right? Well, there were students from Okinawa and Korea who were in Tokyo, and they lodged complaints at seeing their compatriots portrayed as backward and primitive in Osaka. Japanese newspapers published anonymous editorials condemning the Ningen Hakurankai, the human exhibition, as an affront to human dignity. One Japanese writer argued it was, quote, inhumane to exhibit people as if they were objects in a zoo, expressing shame that his country was borrowing a demeaning practice. And this is pretty noteworthy because it shows that not everyone at the time passively accepted things as they were. And even within Europe, as early as the 1880s, and increasingly by the early 20th century, a few voices began to question these shows. Humanitarian activists, especially missionaries or religious figures who had personal relationships with indigenous peoples, sometimes objected on moral grounds. In the Otabenga case, it was ministers who led the charge. In France and Britain, a handful of journalists visited the exhibitions. Excuse me, I keep saying expeditions instead of exhibitions. I do apologize for that. In any case, well, those who visited the exhibitions in France and Britain wrote articles that hinted at the exploitative nature of it all. But still, the criticisms were often dragged out by those who were, well, overwhelmingly fascinated by it, and of course the official support that such events enjoyed. What ultimately led to the decline of human zoos was a combination of changing public sensibilities. World War II and its aftermath brought a significant change in racial attitudes, at least on the surface. The rise of anti-colonial movements and the beginnings of decolonization after 1945 also made the colonial exhibition seem increasingly anachronistic and, well, frankly, offensive. And is telling that one of the very last instances, the 1958 Brussels Human Zoo, was met with a degree of discomfort, even at the time. Belgium's government tried to present it as a celebration of Belgian Congolese harmony, which, if you know anything about the Belgian Congo, there's nothing harmonious about that. Well, of course, many observers found it to be quite crass. Good Lord, I need to do a video on the Belgian Congo soon. If you thought my serial killers and insane asylum videos were pretty graphic, well, you just wait until you learn about the Belgian Congo. In any case, by the 1960s, as civil rights movements gained strength and former colonies became independent nations, the entire idea of a human zoo became utterly unacceptable. So looking back, I think it's a bit of a reminder of how easily scientific and cultural institutions can participate in gross dehumanization under the guise of education. The backlash, when it finally came, forced institutions to confront this ugly history. For instance, the very same Bronx Zoo that had caged Otabenga in 1906, in recent years issued a formal apology, acknowledging that the episode was an unconscionable violation of human rights. I don't know what good that's going to do now, but, I suppose it's the thought that counts. In 2020, the organization that runs the zoo publicly admitted that the zoo's founders and scientists at the time shared in distasteful ideologies that made such an exhibit possible. European museums, too, have had to grapple with the legacy, not least because some still hold remains and artifacts of those once displayed. The remains of 2 Filipino individuals who died in the 1904 St. Louis Fair, for example, were only identified in the Smithsonian collection many decades later, and there are ongoing discussions about repatriating such human remains to their communities. But I suppose everyone at their time in history, they just go by their own moral standards. And we've mentioned a few times that this back then was completely normal. I don't want anyone to be so arrogant to think that right now in 2025, or whatever year you're watching it, that we've got it all right. There's going to be things in 50 years, 100 years, 200 years, that the people of those times are going to look back on us and think that we were quite barbaric and quite savage. There's issues in the modern world that need to be contended with. And, well, there are a lot of things that many people think are quite normal. What those things are, well, perhaps you can figure them out yourself. It is the 17th century, in a coastal village of southern Europe. Dawn is breaking as dark ships glide silently ashore. Moments later, the peace is broken by shouts in unfamiliar languages and the screams of villagers dragged out from their homes. Dozens of men, women, children, bound in chains and rowed out to sea. Their destination lies across the water in North Africa, perhaps the Levant, where within weeks these Europeans will be put up for sale in a bustling slave market. For centuries, this was a common scene. As European ships carried enslaved Africans to the Americas, a parallel horror was unfolding. Thousands of Europeans were themselves being enslaved and trafficked within the Islamic world. This is a pretty unsettling chapter of history. It's often overshadowed by the Atlantic slave trade. But why is it so forgotten? Perhaps it is because it complicates the usual narratives of Europeans solely as colonial oppressors. Whereas here, we can see that Europeans were themselves victims of captivity and slavery on a massive scale. From the coasts of Ireland and Iceland to the Mediterranean and even the steppes of Ukraine, Islamic slave raiders struck terror into countless communities. And the experience of these captives were as diverse as the lands they came from. Some lived short, brutal ordeals of forced labor, dying nameless in a foreign land. Others survived years or decades, learned new languages and customs, and even in rare cases, rose to prominence in the society of their captors. It's from these people that we have our memoirs and testimonies, first-hand accounts of endurance and horror, and that is where we get our information from. It is through their eyes that we will see the slave markets of Constantinople and Algiers, the crowded slave barracks and galley ships, the desperate escape attempts, and the long efforts to secure freedom through ransom or daring flight. So come with me back to another disturbing part of history, if you have the stomach for it. First, let me welcome you, though. If you are new to the channel, I give you a warm welcome, and I'll invite you to hit that subscribe button. If you want to leave a like and a comment too, that's at your discretion, but it's very good for the algorithm. You will get no ads in this video, by the way. A strict policy of the channel. We are sustained by the kind donations and support of those on Patreon and YouTube memberships. If you would like to become a member, or just check it out, well, you'll find all the links you need in the pinned comment and the video description. And thank you to those who checked out the merch store too. Lots of goodies on there to be found. Now, without further ado, let's get to our topic of the day. If you really want to grasp the plight of European captives, it's probably best you understand the wider context of slavery in the Islamic world. It has a few different eccentricities. Slavery, of course, was a long-standing institution across the Islamic Middle East, North Africa, Central Asia. It stretches back to the establishment of Islam in the 7th century. And slavery itself, of course, well, that's a tale as old as time. Enslaved people in Muslim-ruled lands came from diverse origins. Africans from the south of the Sahara, Asians from India and Central Asia, and Europeans from the Mediterranean and beyond. Now, Islamic law, of course, they have their own set of that, as interpreted by most jurists, permitted slavery, but primarily restricted it to non-Muslims caught in a holy war, or at least their descendants. So in practice, this meant that throughout history, Islamic states could, and raiders often viewed surrounding non-Muslim populations as potential sources of slaves, whether those were animist Africans, Hindu Indians, or Christian infidels from Europe. It was all ripe for the picking. But crucially, the Islamic slave trade was multi-directional and long-lived. African men, women, and children by the millions were trafficked northward across the Sahara or eastward across the Indian Ocean to serve in North Africa, the Middle East, and Persia. At the same time, Europeans were also swept up, especially during periods of intense military conflict between the Muslim and Christian powers. From the 8th through to the 10th centuries, the Umayyad and Abbasid caliphates eagerly purchased or captured slaves of European origin. Eastern European slaves, particularly Slavic peoples from the regions of around the Black Sea, were so common in medieval Arab markets that the Arabic word for slave, sakaliba, was often used to specifically mean Slav or European. And of course, we all know where the word Slav comes from. Viking raiders and merchants exploited this demand by conducting their own slave raids in Europe's north and east, and selling captives to Muslim buyers in places like Al-Andalus, that is Islamic Spain, or even the Emirate of North Africa. Now, it's a pretty startling fact that some of the wealth of the Viking Age Scandinavia was built on the backs of enslaved Slavs and other Europeans delivered to Islamic lands. This early medieval trade laid that groundwork for an awareness in the Muslim world that white slaves from the north could be a very valuable commodity. Moving on to medieval warfare between Christendom and Islam, but that also generated its share of captives. During the Crusades, thousands of European crusaders and settlers in the Levant were captured by Muslim forces. Some high-ranking captives, knights or nobles, might hope to be ransomed back to their families, but common soldiers and camp followers often met a more grim fate. Slaves in cities like Cairo or Aleppo. Likewise, when Muslim Spain warred with its Christian neighbors, each side routinely enslaved prisoners of war. In the 12th century, for instance, the Almohad caliphs of North Africa and Spain took so many Christian captives that slave markets in Cordova and Marrakesh were periodically glutted with European slaves, so much of a supply that, well, they had to make them cheaper just to sell them off. Contemporary chronicles note these events without much surprise. In an era where slavery was a normal outcome of conflict, a defeated European could indeed find himself sold in a bazaar over in the Maghreb, just as a defeated Muslim might be sold in Lisbon or Marseille. Once again, people giving as good as they get. Yet, beyond the battlefields and the military frontiers, things get a little bit interesting. Those shadowy incursions that brought European slaves into the Islamic world. Piracy and raiding, they were rampant in the Mediterranean. Arab and Berber pirates operating from bases in the Mediterranean islands and North Africa preyed on Christian shipping all the way back in the 9th century. In some cases, they even established semi-permanent outposts on European soil. There is one notorious example, Fraxinetum, a Muslim pirate stronghold in Provence, southern France in the 10th century. From that base, bands of raiders ranged deep into France, Switzerland, Italy, abducting villagers and pilgrims traveling to Rome. Monastic records from the Alps in the 920s lament how bands of Saracens, as the sources call them, would ambush travelers, carry them off, and demand ransoms. Well, if they didn't get the ransoms, they would simply sell them into distant slavery themselves. Such attacks spread fear and led to some communities fortifying their churches, or even paying tribute to the pirates just so they would leave them alone. By the late Middle Ages, European captives could be found in many corners of the Islamic world. Italian merchants of cities like Venice and Genoa were deeply involved in the Black Sea trade in slaves, many of whom were Slavic or Caucasian peoples. These captives were often funneled to the slave markets of the Ottoman Empire. In Ottoman Constantinople, that is, Istanbul, the imperial capital that straddled Europe and Asia, a cosmopolitan array of slaves was always on hand. European women, especially those of Circassian, Georgian, or Slavic origin, were highly prized as concubines in wealthy households and the Sultan's very own harem. European boys might be taken in war, or by their infamous devshirme system, excuse my Turkish there, if that is Turkish, I believe it is, the child levy in our tongue in the Balkans. Then they would be, of course, raised as elite soldiers, the janissaries, or at least as household eunuchs and servants. And of course, the qualification to become a eunuch that's quite a painful process. These boys technically became slaves of the Sultan, though in time they could wield great power as soldiers and officials. One could argue that the Ottoman Empire was partly built on an engine of slavery that drew in human capital from across its frontiers, including Europe. In Ottoman service were countless converts and former captives. For example, Grand Vizier Sokulu Mehmed Pasha, who ruled the empire in the 1560s, had been a Christian boy taken from the Balkans. Likewise, the fearsome Mamluk guards of earlier Egyptian sultans had included many Frankish European slaves alongside the more common Turkic and Circassian ones. Thus, long before that era of Columbus, or the Enlightenment, Europeans in captivity under Muslim masters was nothing new. What changed after 1500, however, was the sheer scale and reach of slave raiding, as both European and Islamic civilizations expanded their conflicts and contacts. As Spain, Portugal, and other powers pushed Islamic kingdoms out of Iberia and seized footholds in North Africa, the Mediterranean borderlands ignited into cycles of both raids and counter-raids. And it's here that we see the famous rise of the Barbary corsairs, whose slave-taking expeditions would terrorize European coasts for centuries. At the same time, on Europe's eastern frontier, the Crimean Khanate, a vassal of the Ottomans, was unleashing mounted raiders to capture tens of thousands of people from Poland, Ukraine, and Russia. The early modern period would become a bleak heyday of European enslavement in the Islamic world, and that's our next focus. But before we do get into those regions in detail, keep in mind the bigger picture. In the Islamic slave trade, European captives were a minority compared to the vast numbers of African and Asian slaves, simply because Africa and Asia were closer. However, for certain periods and places, particularly North Africa and the Black Sea, the enslavement of Europeans became a significant enterprise, leaving deep scars both in European and Islamic societies. And for the captives themselves, of course, it was a life-altering, and often life-ending, ordeal of suffering, adaptation, and, surprisingly, occasional hope. By the 1500s, the Barbary coast of North Africa, that is, by the way, the stretch roughly between Morocco and western Libya, going through Tunisia, Algeria, that sort of thing. Well, this area had become notorious for its corsairs, state-sponsored pirates, who prowled the Mediterranean and the Atlantic in search of plunder. Chief among their prizes were people, of course, any unlucky crew of any captured ship or inhabitants of some coastal village. Things like this. They could be adopted en masse and carried off into slavery, kicking and screaming. The port of Algiers, Tunis, Tripoli, and Salé swelled with captives of all nationalities, Spanish peasants from Valencia, Italian fishermen from Sicily, Greek islanders too, even Dutch, English, Irish, Icelanders from far northern shores, a mix of everything. For European Christians of that era, Barbary was a byword for sudden disappearance of loved ones, and the spectre of slavery under the Moors or the Turks. But it didn't quite come out of nowhere. How exactly did this peril arise? Several factors converge for that. The Reconquista in Spain, ending in 1492, and the subsequent Spanish attacks on North African cities had displaced many Muslim fighters and navalmen who turned to privateering against Christian shipping, with a good bit of vengeance to that. The Ottoman Empire also established suzerainty over North African port cities, Algiers in 1516, Tripoli in 1551, etc., providing political backing and naval expertise, and that includes, not limited to, Ottoman Turkish captains and shipwrights, all adding their weight to the corsair system. In addition to that, European powers were often preoccupied with their own wars, and they were only intermittently able to, or willing to, police the southern seas. Resources stretched pretty thin. Of course, the result was a kind of frontier war, albeit an undeclared one around the Mediterranean. Corsairs launched bold slave raids on coastal Europe, and European navies occasionally retaliated with bombardments or punitive expeditions. But for long stretches, especially in the 17th century, the Barbary raiders were so active that scarcely a year passed without reports of some village or ship carried to Algiers. The experiences of those taken were unpredictable. So let's follow one incident to capture the human dimension. June 20th, 1631, in the small village of Baltimore on Ireland's southwest coast, the residents awoke to a terrifying realization that armed men had snuck into the village under cover of darkness. These attackers were Barbary corsairs from Algiers, led by a Dutch renegade turned Muslim named Murad Reis. The pirates, guided by a local informant, fell upon the town swiftly, and by dawn they'd seized over 100 people, men, women, and children, loading them onto their ships. The village of Baltimore was left nothing more than a smouldering ruin, later described as nearly abandoned for generations due to the trauma. Slave raids certainly put down the real estate prices, I assume. Well, those 107 Irish and English souls were bound for the slave market of Algiers, over 2,000 miles away. According to later accounts, only 3 of the Baltimore captives ever saw home again. The rest lived out their days as property in a foreign land. Some toiled in chain gangs, or as galley rowers. Some, particularly young women, likely ended up in harems of the wealthy Ottomans. Others might have been worked to death in the blistering heat of a North African labor camp. No fate was better or worse than the other, I suppose. The sack of Baltimore, as it came to be known, was one of the farther-flung raids, quite shocking in its reach. But it was not an isolated incident. Not a one-and-done affair, that is for sure. Similar fates befell coastal settlements in Italy, Spain, France, and even as far north as Cornwall in England, and that distant Atlantic post, Iceland, was raided in 1627. No corner of Europe, within sailing distance, felt entirely safe from the long arm of the Barbary corsairs. What awaited these captives? Well, virtually all would first experience the market, a scene of public inspection and sale of humans. Contemporary eyewitnesses describe this with remarkable consistency. European captives, often exhausted from the voyage and a bit of rough handling, would be herded into the marketplace like cattle. In Algiers, this was the Batistan. There they were paraded and auctioned to the highest bidder, a Flemish captive, Emmanuel d'Aranda, who was enslaved in Algiers in 1640, recounted the humiliating ritual in painful detail. This is a quote from his journals. "Those who wanted to buy me asked about my country, my name, and my profession. They felt my hands to see if they were hard and calloused from work, and they made me open my mouth to see if my teeth were able to gnaw biscuits on the galleys." In D'Aranda's description, an elderly auctioneer and his fellow prisoners were put in a circle, shouting for bids. Who offers more? Just like livestock, potential buyers checked their physical condition, muscles and teeth. Well, another account is by an English captive, Joseph Pitts, who was taken in the 1670s, and it confirms the scene from his own perspective. This is a quote from his writing. "There we stood from 8 o'clock in the morning until 2 in the afternoon, and had not the least bit of bread allowed to us. Many people came to take a look at us while we stood there exposed for sale. Others, who intended to buy, came to see whether we were sound and healthy and fit for work." End quote. So you can imagine the hunger, the thirst, and not to mention the anxiety those hours entailed. Sunburned Europeans, perhaps still dazed by the sudden inversion of their fortunes, were poured and haggled over by people speaking a language they couldn't understand. Do imagine the fear of it. Terrible. When the auctioneer's star finally fell, a captive's new master might be a brutal taskmaster or occasionally a more merciful owner. Much of that depended on pure luck. Some Europeans were bought by the state, the ruler of that city or province, and put to work on public projects or galleys. Others became the private property of merchants, ship owners, artisans, wealthy households. You know what the deal is. In Christian Europe at the time, slavery, aside from serfdom of course, was nearly extinct. So most captives came from a life of relative personal freedom. Now, suddenly, they experienced the full weight of chattel slavery, being legally an object that could be bought, sold, and traded at a master's whim. No rights, and often subject to corporal punishment. Contemporary writings frequently remark on the shock and despair this induced. The Spanish writer Miguel de Cervantes himself was a captive in Algiers for 5 years, 1575 to 80. He would later weave captivity themes into his own works. In one play he penned about Christian slaves, a character cries out that there is nothing more bitter than to live in chains, robbed of one's liberty under the sun of Algiers. Cervantes' own letters from captivity begged his family and friends to gather ransom quickly, and he attempted to escape 4 times. He also failed 4 times and suffered brutal beatings. Now, this experience was far from unique. Hope of ransom or escape was often the only thing that kept captives going. However, survival would require more than hope. It required adaptation. European slaves in Barbary quickly learned that to endure, they had to adjust to a radically different climate and culture. Many were put to hard labor. North African rulers had an insatiable need for manpower to build fortifications, harbors, and palaces, as well as to row the oar-powered galleys that served as warships. Christian slaves filled those roles. They were held at night in bagnios, that is, prison barracks, under guard, and by day they were sent out in work gangs. The American sailor John Foss, captured by Algerians in 1793, wrote a detailed journal of his years in bondage. Upon arrival, Foss and his shipmates were given a scanty issue of coarse clothing and a single blanket, and then locked up in the bagnio. His first night was a rude awakening. Heavy iron fetters were riveted into each man's ankles, chains so weighty that walking was difficult. They slept on the bare stone floor. Foss recalled, "The dreadful clanking of the chains was the most terrible noise I ever heard, and never during my whole captivity did I feel such horrors of mind as on that first dreadful morning." Before dawn, an overseer's whip and shouts drove them to labor. Foss describes being led to a construction site where slaves, half-starved and exposed to the elements, blasted and hauled large rocks for building projects. On Fridays, the Muslim holy day, even more Christian slaves were driven out to join the toil, and that includes those normally kept inside workshops and households, dragging enormous stone blocks to the waterfront to repair the quays of Algiers. The labor was back-breaking, often literally so. Injuries were common, and any slave who collapsed was likely to be whipped without mercy, or just killed on the spot. As one French observer noted, galley slaves and quarry workers lived only a few years under such conditions unless ransomed. The combination of overwork, malnutrition, and abuse, it wears people down pretty quickly. Even the toughest of men, they can't stand it for long. But of course, not everyone was consigned to brute labor. The more skilled, or perhaps luckier, might be assigned to indoor or skilled tasks. Some became servants in their master's household, tending gardens or cooking. European women and children in particular were seldom put to heavy labor. Not much of a point. Instead, they were absorbed into homes as domestic servants or forced concubines. There are records of French and Italian women who, after many years in captivity, could speak Arabic or Turkish and had raised children in the local culture. Sometimes, of course, children born of violent circumstance, other times of reluctant concubinage that grew into a kind of accepted norm. A few attractive or talented captives even ended up in the elite households. The Englishman, Joseph Pitts, for instance, was eventually taken to the imperial city of Constantinople by his Algerian master, and later sold or given to an Ottoman official. Pitts converted to Islam under pressure, and accompanied his new master on pilgrimage to Mecca, becoming likely the first Englishman to chronicle the Hajj. The Hajj being, of course, the pilgrimage to Mecca. That's what they call it in their tongue. His memoir, Once He Regained Freedom, provides a rare glimpse of a European living outwardly as a Muslim slave. He describes the strange experience of being a Christian at heart, performing Islamic rituals in the holiest Islamic city. Then there were those captives who, through extraordinary circumstances, rose to positions of influence. A famous Barbary example is Thomas Pellow, a Cornish lad captured as a teenager, 1715. Rough start to life, that's for sure. Pellow was taken to Morocco and presented as a slave to Sultan Moulay Ismail, the powerful and notoriously cruel ruler of Morocco. At first, Pellow was treated harshly, beaten and tortured when he initially refused to convert to Islam. The Sultan's son kept him in chains and subjected him to bastinado, that is, beating the soles of the feet, until Pellow, half dead, relented and embraced Islam just to end the torment. He later wrote that his conversion was superficial, a coercive act, just to save his life. But because Pellow converted, he was not eligible for ransom by European envoys. Effectively, he'd sealed his own fate in Morocco. This grim twist, however, also opened a few new doors. Sultan Moulay Ismail, always in need of loyal servitors, educated Pellow in Arabic and eventually made use of him in the palace guard. Pellow's intelligence and youthful bravery impressed the Sultan. Over years he was entrusted with commanding other slave soldiers and even married off. The Sultan arranged a marriage for him to a local woman. Thanks, I guess. Well, Pellow learned of the customs of his new court, and also how to navigate the Sultan's volatile temper. Now, there is one startling incident recorded in his memoirs. Pellow was guarding the royal harem when the Sultan himself came unexpectedly. Adhering to protocol, Pellow initially refused entry. He fired a warning shot and declared that the Sultan must be an impostor, because the true Sultan would respect his own rules. Well, the Sultan, infamous for executing slaves at whims, was enraged, but also strangely impressed by Pellow's audacity and strict loyalty to orders. So instead of punishment, Pellow earned a measure of respect for this act. Now, if that's not a stroke of luck, I don't know what is. Certainly got away with that one, didn't he? Stories like Pellow's, however, certainly show that under highly unusual conditions, a European slave could assimilate enough to survive and even prosper in an alien society. However, cases like this were quite exceptional. For each Thomas Pellow who managed to navigate those treacherous currents of a sultan's court, there were thousands of others, nameless and lost, who perished under the lash. The culture shock for European captives was enormous. Not only were they torn from their homes and families, but they found themselves in an Islamic society with unfamiliar language, religion, dress, and general social norms. Masters often encouraged or forced conversions to Islam. From the captor's perspective, a Christian who converted was less likely to run away or be ransomed, as Christian ransom brokers genuinely only tried to save those who kept the faith. Conversion could also sometimes improve a slave's standing. He might be given lighter work, or allowed at least a few freedoms. As a result, a significant number of captives did convert, whether out of genuine conviction or more commonly to ease their burdens. These converts were known as renegades in Europe, a term uttered with a good bit of scorn. Many renegades went a step further and joined the corsairs themselves, turning on their former co-religionists. And indeed, several of the most notorious Barbary pirate captains were renegades. The Englishman John Ward, who became Yusuf Reis, and the Dutchman Jan Janzoom Murad Reis, two prime examples of ex-European slaves who rose to command corsair fleets. It's a hell of a career change, that's for sure. Such figures, of course, were trumpeted by Muslim chroniclers as proof of Islam's appeal, and also condemned by Christians as traitors and apostates of the worst kind. One captive's memoir bitterly observed that these European renegades often became even harsher toward the new Christian slaves. Perhaps that was to prove their loyalty to their new masters. We can only assume. For those who resisted conversion and managed to endure, the only hope of deliverance was either ransom or escape. But escape, that was incredibly difficult. In a foreign land, a European slave stood out and faced daunting geography. The vast Sahara Desert or the sea, both barriers to freedom. Still, daring breakouts did occur. One legendary story from the 16th century tells of the English slave John Fox and a group of fellow captives in Alexandria who seized a galley and fought their way out to the open sea, sailing the stolen vessel all the way back to Europe. Cervantes and his comrades in Algiers plotted multiple escape plans, tunnels, bribing the keepers, etc. All foiled. Yet they testified to an indomitable will. In 1621, a band of 18 French slaves in Algiers overpowered their guards and fled to the Barbary countryside. Although most were recaptured, a few did make it to safety. Each successful escape, of course, was celebrated in Europe as a heroic tale of deliverance, fueling the hopes among those who were still under the yoke. But far more common than escape was ransom. Throughout these centuries, an entire system and economy of ransom sprung up to handle the redemption of captives. In European Catholic countries, religious orders such as the Trinitarians or the Mercedarians specialized in collecting alms and traveling to North Africa to negotiate the release of Christians under slavery. These friars in their humble robes became familiar sights in the slave markets of Algiers and Tunis, where they haggled with slave owners for the price of freedom. The negotiations, I'm sure you can imagine, were quite grueling. North African governors knew well that Christian nations valued their countrymen, and sometimes they would hold out, negotiating for exorbitant sums. One French Trinitarian, Father Pierre Dan, visited Algiers in the 1630s and managed to ransom 42 French captives in one mission, an act he proudly recounted in his book, The History of Barbary. He described the heart-rending scenes of liberation, how long-suffering prisoners broke down in tears and kissed the robes of the friars who freed them, and how some hardly remembered how to speak their native tongue after years in captivity. But it wasn't all good news. Father Dan also lamented how many slaves remained. He reported seeing thousands of Christian slaves in Algiers alone, identifiable by the heavy iron rings riveted around their ankles. Families of captives would sometimes bankrupt themselves to raise the ransom money. In Protestant England and America, too, societies formed to collect donations for redeeming countrymen from Mohammedan bondage. It was a slow process, and very uncertain. Many died before their ransom could be arranged, and some were ransomed only to find themselves strangers in their homeland after decades of being away. While the Barbary corsairs ravaged the coastal west, another vast slave-catching apparatus operated in Eastern Europe under the protection of the Ottoman Empire and its Tatar allies. Here, The epicenter was the Crimean Khanate, a Turkic Muslim state based in Crimea on the Black Sea. For over 3 centuries, systematically raided the broad plains of Ukraine, Poland, Lithuania, and southern Russia. The goal was human slaves. Crimean Tatars supplied the Ottoman slave markets with a steady stream of captives, in numbers that dwarfed even the Barbary output. We can estimate that between 1500 and 1700, the Crimean Tatars may have enslaved well over 1 million East Europeans, Ukrainians, Russians, Poles, Lithuanians, and others. Now, this dreadful commerce was sometimes called the harvest of the steppe, as Tatar horsemen would swoop in during the agricultural season, taking away the villagers instead of crops. The raids were orchestrated with chilling efficiency. A Tatar raiding party, often several thousand cavalry strong, would ride out across the steppe, often under the guidance of experienced clan leaders. They bypassed fortified towns and targeted defenseless villages in rural districts. Surprise was the key. They struck in the pre-dawn hours, surrounding settlements so that few could flee. Homes were torched, resistors were killed, and entire populations were rounded up like animals. A 17th century Polish memoir describes how border villagers, hearing the thunder of hoofs, would ring bells and light signal fires to warn others. Often the warnings came too late. The Tatars would sweep up the plain, capturing anyone who they could lay hands on, from little children all the way to the elderly. Everything could be sold for a price. But those deemed too frail, or sometimes dangerous, were sometimes just killed on the spot. One observer, Baron Sigismund von Urbanstein, visiting Moscow in the 1500s, recounted a particularly horrific detail. A quote from his journals: "Old and infirm men, who will not fetch much at sale, are given up to Tatar youths as much as hares are given to whelps, essentially handed over to young warriors for killing practice." Can you believe that? Trying to break in, moving that psychological barrier around murder. Terrible. Well, all that cruelty was just a byproduct of a ruthless calculus. Only captives who could endure long enough and fetch a good price were worth taking. Once gathered, the captives, now slaves in all but name, were yoked or chained in long lines and force-marched southward to Crimea. The trek itself was a deadly gauntlet. Many captives, especially children and the elderly, collapsed from exhaustion or hunger along the way, or just fell ill and died on the spot. Tatar raiders, moving quickly to avoid interception by Cossacks or other forces, could not afford slow progress. If the captives couldn't keep pace, often they were simply killed. The road of captivity was littered with bodies of those who just didn't make it. Accounts at the time mentioned that nursing infants, inconvenient for travel, were sometimes taken from their mothers and dashed against a tree, or left behind to die, a merciless kind of solution to keep the caravan efficiently moving. One Crimean chronicler noted pragmatically that only about half of those initially captured typically survived to reach the markets. The rest perished along the way. Arrival in Crimea's slave markets, particularly at the port of Kaffa, which today is called Feodosia, well, that marked the next phase. Kaffa was a major hub where slave merchants from throughout the Ottoman Empire gathered to buy human merchandise. Here, just like in Algiers, the captives would be displayed, examined, auctioned. Women and children were in especially high demand for domestic slavery or as concubines. In fact, the Eastern trade had a notable gender skew. Perhaps 2/3 of the slaves sold in Ottoman markets from Crimea were female, since Ottoman harems and households prized female servants. There was constant demand for young women. Prices reflected that too. A healthy teenage girl might fetch 2 or 3 times the price of an adult male laborer. Families were often split up at this point. A mother might be sold to a pasha in Istanbul, while her son bought for a farm in Anatolia. Of course, you can imagine the scene. Pretty heartrending. One missionary visitor recounted seeing children wailing for their mothers who had been sold to different buyers, cries ignored as they were dragged off by their new owners. A human tragedy on a massive scale, repeated again and again over centuries of Tatar predation. For Eastern European captives, life under Ottoman rule took various forms. Many able-bodied men captured by the Tatars ended up as galley slaves in the Black Sea fleet, or laborers on the great construction works of the empire. Others were funneled into the Ottoman war machine in a different way. Some young boys, if not already Muslim, might be force-converted and recruited into the ranks of the Janissaries, though officially the child levy was separate. Wartime captives could be similarly utilized. European women were absorbed into Ottoman society, often as household slaves or concubines, and indeed some of the Sultan's own wives and favorites were of European or Slavic origin. The most famous case being Hurrem Sultan Roxelana, the beloved wife of Sultan Suleiman the Magnificent, who was originally a Ukrainian or Polish girl captured around 1520. Renamed and educated in the harem, Roxelana rose from slavery to become arguably the most influential woman in the empire. While her story is exceptional, it shows that a significant portion of the Ottoman's elite servant class were once European slaves. The palace school even included pages of European origin, often war captives who could ascend to high office after years of loyal service. For the average Slav or Polish peasant sold in an Anatolian market, such charmed rise was quite a fantasy. Most lived and died with much less fanfare, assimilated into the mass of the empire's slave population. Some eventually gained their freedom. Ottoman law encouraged manumission after years of service, and a Muslim master might free a slave as an act of piety, especially if the slave had converted. Those who did not convert to Islam in captivity sometimes clung to their Christian faith in secret. In remote Anatolian villages, travelers occasionally encountered pockets of enslaved Ukrainians or Poles who still whispered Christian prayers at night or passed down European lullabies to their children, even as they labored by day as farm hands in a Turkish-speaking land. The relentless slave raids of the Crimean Tatars became a fixture of Eastern European life. Of course, this profoundly affected the region. Entire border regions in Ukraine were depopulated, one from slaving or 2 from people fleeing out of the fear of it. Polish and Russian governments built extensive border fortifications, watchtowers, palisades, all the rest, and established Cossack militias to try and fend off the raiders. And it has been noted that these areas developed a kind of frontier psychology. What do I mean by that? Effectively a culture of quick mobilization, constant watchfulness, and fatalism in the face of a recurring disaster. The memory of Tatar raids left deep imprints in Ukrainian folk songs and Russian literature. Even into Tolstoy and Pushkin's time, characters spoke of someone vanishing with the Tatars as a folk memory. One 18th century Ukrainian lament song has a mother weeping for her sons that have been taken beyond the dark waters and are lost to her forever. The dark waters, of course, being the Black Sea. In the Crimean slave system, too, ransom played a role, though it was less formally organized than in the Barbary sphere. Often, Tatar raiders would accept ransom on the spot from a captured nobleman or town, threatening to enslave everyone unless they were paid off. The Russian and Polish states occasionally ransomed large numbers of their subjects via emissaries to Crimea, essentially buying back prisoners to resettle them. But just as often, the captives disappeared into the Ottoman domains, beyond the reach of any rescue. When the Tsar of Russia, Peter the Great, conquered the Crimean Khanate's territories in the late 17th and 18th centuries, he reportedly liberated thousands of recent Russian captives from slave pens in Kaffa and Perekop. These freedmen's tales of suffering further fueled Russian resolve to end the Tatar power for good. And good riddance to that, I'm sure we can all agree. Well, it's important to think about how the enslavement of Europeans was justified and also perceived by the societies that practiced it. In the Islamic world, the enslavement of non-Muslims was framed as simply a part of jihad, a legitimate, holy war against the infidels. While many Corsair or Tatar raids were motivated by as much profit as piety, religious rationale was never far behind. A telling moment occurred in 1785 when American envoys in London, including Thomas Jefferson, by the way, confronted the Tripolitan ambassador and demanded to know what right the Barbary states seized and enslaved citizens of countries that had done them no harm. And the envoy answered, as later reported to Congress, in a chillingly blunt way. It was, quote, written in their Koran that all nations who didn't acknowledge the Prophet were sinners. It was their right and duty to make war upon them wherever they could be found, and to make slaves of all prisoners taken. Well, that's pretty much it, isn't it? You can't get more clear than that. In other words, from the Barbary Corsair's perspective, all Christian sailors were essentially fair game, unless their country had secured a peace treaty, usually by paying tribute. This ideological stance that enslavement of infidels was divinely sanctioned provided a convenient moral cover for what was, at base, a lucrative business. The notion of reciprocity, that Muslims could not be enslaved by Christians too, was ignored or seen as an additional reason for vengeance. While North African Muslims often pointed out how Spain and Portugal had, during the Reconquista, enslaved defeated Muslims or expelled them, and how the shoe was basically just on the other foot. And the Corsairs, well, they considered themselves as instruments of retribution and defense. In Europe, the impact of these depredations went beyond personal tragedies. It left a mark on literature, politics, and art. The theme of white slaves in Africa became a popular subject in adventure stories and theatrical plays. In Spain, the Golden Age playwrights, including Cervantes and Lope de Vega, wrote so-called captivity plays, reflecting the cultural preoccupation with Barbary. And back in England, reports of Barbary enslavement stirred up public sentiment and even influenced foreign policy. The English term Barbary Coast became synonymous with lawless cruelty in the public imagination. 17th century sermons rallied against the Turkish menace, as they called it, and implored congregations to donate alms to free the captives. In the American colonies, and the early United States, the capture of sailors by Barbary pirates and the subsequent ransom demands became a political issue that helped forge an early sense of American identity in opposition to the old world tyranny. In fact, one of the first major military actions of the United States was the Barbary Wars, 1801 to 1805, and later on again in 1815, where the young U.S. Navy was sent to the shores of Tripoli to stop the piracy and free American captives. This sense of outrage was encapsulated by the motto, "Millions for defense, but not 1 cent for tribute," a defiant cry that reflected a broader Western resolve growing in the early 19th century to put an end to the enslavement of their citizens. Culturally, the presence of European slaves in Muslim lands also led to curious exchanges. Europeans who lived years or decades as slaves inevitably absorbed aspects of their captors' culture. Some returned home wearing Turkish or Moorish dress, speaking Arabic or Turkish fluently, amazing their countrymen with tales of Ramadan feasts, camel caravans, and even pilgrimages to Mecca. These returnees were living bridges between worlds, albeit bridges forged in suffering. Their memoirs introduced Western readers to the details of Islamic daily life, religious practices, and governance. All these things otherwise would have been very little known. For example, the English slave Joseph Pitts provided one of the first reliable descriptions of the Hajj and life in Arabian cities to the European audience when he published his narrative. Such works fed a growing curiosity, and often a fearsome image of the Muslim world in the European mind. They could also be seen as early contributions to Orientalist literature, framing the Orient as both cruel and exotic at the same time. Meanwhile, in the Islamic world, especially North Africa, the constant influx of European slaves left its own subtle imprint. European artisans and craftsmen sometimes applied their skills in captivity, for instance building fortifications, making weapons, training horses, and a few North African industries like gunnery or maritime technology. They all benefited from their expertise. The presence of so many foreign slaves also meant that cities like Tunis and Algiers were surprisingly polyglot. Travelers in the 1700s Algiers remarked that one could hear Spanish, Italian, Greek, English, Dutch, all being spoken in the slave quarters. Some European slaves, as noted, embraced Islam and stayed on, effectively assimilating. Their descendants disappeared into the local population, though occasionally a European surname slightly adapted to Arabic, like Morano or Reis. It might hint at a renegade ancestor. Well, by the late 18th and early 19th centuries, the practice of enslaving Europeans in the Islamic world was finally drawing to a close, but not without violent death convulsions, if we're going to put it that way. Well, several developments converged to end it. Firstly, the balance of power between Europe and the Islamic powers shifted dramatically. The Ottoman Empire and the North African regencies, that being Algiers, Tunis, and Tripoli, grew militarily weaker, just as European navies and armies grew stronger. The once dreaded corsair fleets of Barbary couldn't stand against the modern frigates and ships of the line that Britain, France, and others now deployed. European nations became less willing to pay tribute for peace, and more inclined to just, well, blow them up instead. It's cheaper, I suppose. Secondly, changing attitudes played a role. The late 18th century saw the rise of the movement to abolish slavery in European societies. focused on ending the Atlantic slave trade. The abolitionist spirit also decried the enslavement of Christians abroad. Public opinion, especially in Britain and America, clamored for a definitive end to the Barbary Corsairs' predations. The outrage that once had remained impotent had now the backing of battleships and marines. Concrete action soon followed. In 1816, the British Royal Navy, joined by Dutch vessels, launched a major assault on Algiers under Admiral Lord Exmouth. This expedition bombarded the city for hours with overwhelming firepower. The Dey of Algiers, shocked by the destruction, quickly capitulated. One of Exmouth's terms was the immediate freeing of all European captives in Algiers. Over 3,000 slaves were liberated as a result, and the Dey formally promised to cease enslaving Christians. And they say there are no just wars. I can think of a few. Though Algiers would later lapse and need further interventions, the spell of Barbary invincibility was broken, and over the next decade, similar pressures were applied to Tunis and Tripoli to abandon the practice. Meanwhile, the United States, as I've mentioned, had already fought the Tripolitan War, 1801-05, and a second campaign in 1815 to compel the Barbary states to leave the American shipping canals alone, essentially asserting that the age of paying bribes was over. These conflicts, though pretty small on the scale of later wars, marked the first U.S. military engagements overseas and entered the American law. To the shores of Tripoli, from the Marine hymn, refers to this, by the way. They also inspired Europeans to see that resolute action could end what some had just deemed to be a perpetual menace. Back in Eastern Europe, the change actually came earlier. The Crimean Khanate was defeated and annexed by the Russian Empire in 1783. With the fall of Crimea, the Tatar slave raids stopped once and for all. Catherine the Great and her successors integrated Crimea and imposed order. The vast slave trade from the steppe dried up virtually overnight. The Black Sea slave markets, which had once thrived on Slavic flesh, now had only to rely on other sources. Caucasian slaves, for instance, until those too were banned in the mid-19th century. Russia even extracted from the Ottoman Sultan a promise in the 1774 Treaty of Küçük-Kaynarca to stop the practice of enslaving Russian subjects, not suspects. Well, in reality now, some captives did remain in Turkey, and now the Russian government could negotiate their return through diplomacy. The final formal blow to the Barbary slavery trade came in 1830, when France invaded and took over Algiers. The French justification, in part, was to end piracy and slavery, though certainly imperial ambition and politics were other motivators. With Algiers under European control, and Tunis and Tripoli effectively cowed and soon colonized, the centuries-old Barbary corsair system was effectively finished. Likewise, the Ottoman Empire, bowing to international pressure and its own reforms, officially banned the capture or trading of white slaves by the mid-19th century, by then also working to curtail the African slave trade. The Islamic world was entering a new phase, where the old normative acceptance of slavery was increasingly untenable, especially in the face of Western influence and internal change. For the surviving European slaves, these changes sometimes meant abrupt freedom. One can only imagine the adjustment required for, well, let's just say, an English man who's suddenly been enslaved in tuners for 25 years, all of a sudden he gets told he can just go home. Some, having lost their language and family ties, might have felt adrift. In a few recorded cases, liberated slaves even chose to stay in North Africa, especially those who had converted and started families there. But the majority of them were joyously repatriated. Western travelers and naval officers in the 1820s recounted emotional scenes of former slaves being reunited with their homelands. There were also tragic anecdotes. A few freed captives returned only to find that their spouses had remarried, or their parents had died, never knowing their fate. But as the 19th century progressed, the memory of European enslavement in Islamic lands began to fade into history. It left behind a legacy of literature and folklore, from rousing adventure novels to cautionary tales told in seaport taverns. The corsair raids that once emptied villages became the stuff of legend, even while the same era's transatlantic slavery, with Europe now in the role of slaveholders, drew the world's attention and moral outrage. I suppose, in the twist of fate, Europe's focus shifted to abolishing slavery in its own colonies in Africa, and eventually the Islamic world too largely abolished slavery under European colonial pressure, or modernizing reforms by the end of the 19th century. Yet, the stories of the European captives, they should not be lost. Their experiences remind us that history is not as simply a tale of one civilization aggressing upon another. It's a web of mutual interactions, sometimes with each side at different times playing the oppressor or the victim. Everyone has their turn to play their part. The European slaves in Islamic lands suffered a fate that, for them, was as catastrophic and traumatic as any other enslaved person. They grappled with the annihilation of their former identity, the daily brutality of servitude, and the longing for freedom. Some left unforgettable first-hand accounts. Others could only etch a name or a prayer on the stones of a barracks, hoping someone might remember them. Through those voices that survived, I think we can paint a pretty good portrait of their world, one of chains and courage, faith and despair, cruelty and sometimes even a bit of compassion. And so to finish up today, just consider that the abolition of white slavery in the Islamic world was in part a result of European power. And yet, it did not immediately end all slavery there. Millions of African slaves remained in bondage in Muslim lands well into the late 1800s. Similarly, Europe would soon turn its colonial eye toward Africa and Asia with renewed vigor. In that sense, the end of one system of slavery intersected with the rise of new forms of domination. The history of Europeans enslaved in the Islamic slave trade is thus not an isolated story, but a chapter in a larger human saga. Slavery, freedom, and ceaseless moral struggle over the dignity of man. Well, I think that's about it for today. Did you enjoy it? Not sure what there was to be enjoyed, but there was certainly a lot to be learned. Thank you very much for listening. I really do appreciate you spending over an hour with me. Perhaps next time somebody brings up these issues, you can use some of what you've learned today. But who am I kidding? You're probably just asleep anyway. It is the late 19th century, and in a grand hall in Berlin, a group of European diplomats gathered together. Spread before them is a map of the African continent, and with pencils and rulers in hand, they carve up territories, vast lands that they have never seen, populated by peoples they've never met. In this room, in the winter of 1884 to 85, the destiny of Africa is being decided without a single African representative. This scene symbolizes one of history's most astonishing land grabs, known as the Scramble for Africa. In 1870, Europeans controlled only about 10% of the African continent, but by 1914, they claimed almost 90% of it. How did it all happen so rapidly? And why did it happen at all? The story for the Scramble for Africa is a tale of ambition, but also arrogance, of explorers and conquerors, of resistance and tragedy. It spans a few decades, roughly 1880 to 1914, in which the map of Africa was redrawn and its future irrevocably changed. So today we're talking about everything that lays behind the lofty rhetoric. We're talking about the greed, the fervor of nationalism, and the technological advantage. The Europeans, armed with modern weapons, steamships, and new medicines, managed to survive a few tropical diseases, and the armies and adventurers plunged into the African interior. Motives varied, but all we can say is that in a remarkably short time, nearly the entire continent fell under colonial rule. So let's learn about that today. The topic at hand. Welcome to the channel. If you're new, good to meet you. How about you tell me where you're listening from in the comments, And while you're at it, click the like and subscribe button. And by the way, you won't get any interruptions from start to finish in this video, because we hate advertisements as much as you do. We have banned them from the channel. And, well, the reason why we can do that is because we're supported on Patreon, YouTube memberships, also the merch store and donations. Well, without that, it would be like all the other channels littered with the terrible ads, so we begin every video by just thanking those who are contributing. If you want to contribute, then, well, you know where to go. The pinned comment and the video description has all the links. If not, forget about it, just enjoy the video. And, well, speaking of which, let's get on with it. So, in the mid-19th century, Africa and Europe weren't strangers to trade. But the thing is, the Europeans had very little control over the African interiors. For hundreds of years, European powers confined themselves largely to coastal forts and trading posts. Transatlantic slave trade, which had dominated Euro-African relations in earlier centuries, was largely abolished by the 1850s. And in its wake, some Europeans developed new interests in Africa's natural wealth. Ivory, gold, palm oil, other resources too, but the point is, around 1870, virtually all of Africa's vast interior was governed by its own kings, chiefs, and communities. Only a few areas were under formal European rule. For example, Algeria had been conquered by France in 1830. South Africa's Cape Colony was long held by Britain, and Angola and Mozambique remained Portuguese territories on the coasts. But these were exceptions rather than the rule. Most of the continent, from the Sahara and the Sahel to the Congo forests and down to the Zulu kingdom, was free from direct European domination in the early 1870s. But change was in the air. European explorers and missionaries were venturing into the African interior, sparking new interest and rivalries. Men like Dr. David Livingstone and Henry Morton Stanley became famous for their expeditions. Livingstone's explorations of southern and central Africa and his advocacy for commerce and Christianity as alternatives to the slave trade captured the European public's imagination. Stanley, a brash journalist/explorer, trekked across the Congo basin in the 1870s, famously finding the long-missing Livingstone and later charting the course of the Congo River. Their reports spoke of vast rivers, dense forests, and abundant resources, and that excited those imperial, ambitious capitalists back home. Newspapers in London, Paris, and Brussels eagerly published tales of African adventure, fueling the popular fascination. A new frontier, something exciting. But the period also saw growing humanitarian and religious movements in Europe that focused on Africa. Campaigns against the Arab-run slave trade in East and Central Africa gained momentum. Some Europeans argue that stronger Western presence could help civilize and uplift the African peoples, ending slave raiding and introducing modern education and medicine. Missionary societies expanded their efforts to convert Africans to Christianity, establishing missions far inland. Well, that being said, Christianity was already present on Africa. In fact, Africans got Christianity before the Europeans got it, if we're going to really go back. So it wasn't completely new, but Africa is in layman's terms, a bloody big place. So the east and west coasts were quite different. In any case, the moral impulses were often sincere from the outset, but they also provided a convenient cloak for imperialism. For politicians and businessmen eyeing off Africa, the notion of a civilizing mission made conquest seem a lot more palatable to the public. Meanwhile, powerful forces in Europe were setting the stage for their own colonial expansion regimes. The late 19th century was an era of nationalism and great power rivalry. Newly unified nations like Germany and Italy were eager to assert themselves on the world stage. And then there were the older empires, like Britain and France, long rivals, but now determined to expand or at least maintain their global lead. Economic pressures added to the drive. The Industrial Revolution had created a demand for new markets and raw materials. There was need for rubber, copper, cotton, and tin. Someone had to feed the European factories. Africa, relatively untouched by industrial exploitation, beckoned as a new frontier of opportunity. Bankers and investors saw potential profits in African lands, whether from mining, plantations, or railroads. As one British imperialist, Cecil Rhodes, bluntly put it, around 1880, expanding overseas was a way to avoid civil strife at home by opening new markets for surplus goods and capital. In an era of economic competition and periodic recessions, colonies were seen as sources of wealth and national greatness. Finally, technological developments tipped the balance of power dramatically in favor of the Europeans. The 1880s saw the wider use of quinine to treat malaria, which had previously decimated Europeans in the tropics. Now, survival rates for outsiders in Africa improved. Steamships and railways allowed faster movement of troops and supplies along coasts and rivers, and perhaps most decisively, the invention of rapid-firing guns, such as the Maxim machine gun, gave European armies an overwhelming military edge. Ah, yes, the machine gun, the silent killer. Anyway, as one African observer would later lament, the Europeans had a devil's machine that spit fire, referring to the machine guns that could mow down warriors armed with spears or antiquated muskets. By the early 1880s, the stage was set. Well and truly, the Europeans had the motives, the means, and the geopolitical impetus to press into Africa. all that was needed now was a catalyst. And soon one came, in the form of heightened competition that threatened to boil over among the European powers themselves. By the early 1880s, the rush to claim African territory was intensifying, and European nations were bumping into one another in the process. Small expeditions planting flags had already led to disputes. For instance, France and Portugal quarreled over claims in West Africa, and Britain was nervous about French ambitions in the Nile Valley. Sensing that a larger conflict could erupt in Europe over African spoils, the German Chancellor Otto von Bismarck stepped in to convene an international meeting. In November 1884, representatives of 14 countries gathered in Berlin at Bismarck's official residence. This gathering, known as the Berlin Conference, would set the ground rules for the ongoing scramble for Africa. No African rulers were invited to the conference. Their fate was discussed and decided by others. Around the conference table sat the great powers of the day. You had all the top players: Britain, France, Germany, Portugal, who, yes, while quite smaller than those other countries, already had footholds in Africa, as well as lesser colonial hopefuls like Belgium, Italy, and Spain. Bit of a foreshadowing with Belgium, but topic for another time, I suppose. Now, even the United States attended as an observer. Although the U.S., with anti-imperialist sentiments rising, did not ultimately claim any African colonies. In any case, for over 3 months, from November 1884 to February 1885, these diplomats negotiated and haggled over maps and treaties. The atmosphere was formal, but underpinned by competitive greed, as each power jostled to maximize its peace. The Berlin Conference resulted in a General Act, a document with multiple clauses that the powers agreed to uphold. Its most famous provision was the principle of effective occupation. This meant that no nation could simply declare a claim over a vast African territory on paper, but rather they had to demonstrate some actual presence or administration on the ground. In theory, the rule was meant to prevent endless empty claims and reduce conflicts by requiring real occupation. In practice, it spurred a frenzy. European powers now knew they must quickly send officials or troops to physically stake out their claims, lest rivals preempt them. It's kind of like, when you're in a parking lot and, you've seen the videos of the people who get out, the passenger gets out, goes and stands in a parking space. Well, if it's not the car in the space, you cannot claim it. That is the general rule. It's kind of like that, but on a larger scale. Another outcome of the conference was a commitment to free trade in certain areas. The huge Congo River basin was declared a free trade zone open to everyone, as was the Niger River. On paper, the conference even included admittedly lofty language about ending the slave trade and bringing Christianity and civilization to Africa's people. The General Act spoke of protecting the moral and material well-being of Africa's inhabitants. Rather grim irony, given what was about to unfold. One of the biggest winners at Berlin was King Leopold II of Belgium, who is quite a villain in this story. Leopold had privately sponsored explorers like Henry Stanley to secure treaties in the Congo region, and he presented himself in Europe as a philanthropic monarch, seeking to open Central Africa to free trade and progress. At the conference, Leopold's front organization, the International Congo Association, was recognized as sovereign authority over a vast territory around the Congo River. This became Leopold's personal colony, the Congo Free State, somewhat of an ironic name, with pledges that it would be a haven of free commerce and humanitarian work. But in reality, Leopold had his own ruthless economic agenda, cutting off everybody's hands when they weren't meeting their rubber quotas. But in 1885, thanks to diplomatic finesse and other powers' distractions elsewhere, the Belgian king walked away with a piece of Africa, which was roughly 75 times the size of his own country. Now, the Berlin Conference did not by itself partition Africa with exact borders. Many details remained to be sorted out on the ground. However, it provided a diplomatic framework that cooled tensions among European powers and allowed them to proceed with annexations without fighting each other directly. Bismarck, originally skeptical about colonies, he once quipped that he was more interested in the map of Europe, emerged from the conference satisfied that Germany's position in Africa had been acknowledged. France and Britain left believing that the rules were now in place to protect their interests as they expanded. And so, that was the situation before the frantic scramble on the ground. Adventurers, soldiers, and bureaucrats fanned out across Africa to stake their claims. The ink was barely dry before the conquest moved into high gear. With the Berlin rules in place, French and British expansion surged in West Africa, while Leopold and others moved unabated in Central Africa. Let's start with West Africa. France had a pretty good head start. Since the 1870s, the French forces from Senegal had been pushing inland, defeating local rulers and linking a chain of territories across the Sahel. By the late 1880s, France envisioned an enormous French West Africa, an empire spanning from the Atlantic coast deep into the interior. French armies under commanders like Louis Faidherbe and later Joseph Gallieni fought protracted wars against states such as the Tokelau Empire and the Mandinka Empire. One formidable resistor was the Samori Touré, a skilled military leader who built his own empire in what is now Guinea and Mali. Samori equipped his warriors with some modern rifles and waged a fierce guerrilla campaign against the French for years. In the end, however, by 1898, the French captured him, and his lands were annexed into the growing patchwork of French West Africa. Still, credit where it's due. It was a valiant effort. Now, the British, meanwhile, were active along the coast of West Africa, in what are now Nigeria, Ghana, Sierra Leone, and adjacent areas. But rather than sending massive armies at first, Britain often expanded via chartered companies. The Royal Niger Company, for example, was a private enterprise that signed hundreds of treaties with local chiefs along the Niger River, effectively laying British claim to the area of modern Nigeria. Similarly, on the Gold Coast, modern-day Ghana, British influence grew from coastal forts and trade enclaves. When local powers resisted, the British military intervened. The Ashanti Empire in the interior of Ghana fought the British in several wars throughout the 19th century. In 1896, after a series of conflicts, the British finally exiled the Ashanti king Prempeh and declared the Ashanti Kingdom a British protectorate. A few years later, in 1900, the Ashanti rebelled again, this time under the leadership of the Queen Mother, Ya Asantewaa, who rallied her people in a final war to protect the golden stool, the sacred symbol of Ashanti sovereignty. The British brought in reinforcements and eventually crushed that rebellion too. By 1901, the Ashanti realm was fully incorporated into the British Gold Coast colony, showing once again how even the most tenacious African states eventually fell. Farther east in West Africa, the British also contended control in the Nigerian interior, home to the Muslim Sokoto Caliphate and a few other emirates. In 1903, the British forces led by Frederick Lugard had defeated the Caliphate, completing Britain's dominance over what became Nigeria, a huge territory uniting many diverse peoples under one colonial administration. France and Britain soon had to negotiate their overlapping ambitions in West Africa. In several regions, their advancing frontiers nearly collided. One famous flashpoint was along the Upper Nile in 1898, at a place called Fashoda, in present southern-day Sudan. A French expeditionary force, having marched eastward across the continent to extend French claims, arrived at Fashoda only to find a British-Egyptian army, fresh from defeating a Sudanese revolt, already there waiting for them. The Fashoda incident saw both sides raise their flags over a remote outpost in the African wilderness, each claiming the territory. For a tense moment, war between Britain and France seemed likely. But cooler heads prevailed. The French government, facing issues at home and unwilling to be drawn into conflict, decided to back down. France recognized British control over Egypt and Sudan, while Britain acknowledged French claims further west in Africa. Soon after, in 1904, Britain and France sealed their colonial understandings in the Entente Cordiale. Notably, when the French commander, Major Marchand, and the British commander, Lord Kitchener, met at Fashoda, they maintained formal civility. In one anecdote, Kitchener offered Marchand a drink to toast their meeting. Marchand, unaccustomed to British whiskey, reportedly quipped that swallowing it was one of the greatest sacrifices he'd ever made for his country. Well, in any case, the Fashoda incident, though resolved peacefully, showed how high stakes that things had become as European empires spread across the African continent. Meanwhile, in Central Africa, perhaps the most infamous colonial venture was unfolding in the Congo. After securing his grand prize at the Berlin Conference, King Leopold II turned the Congo Free State into a massive forced labor regime, exploiting its ivory and especially wild rubber, newly in demand for bicycle and automotive tires, but also belts for machines and all sorts of things. Belgian agents and their private militias coerced village after village to meet the rubber quotas. And the methods were extraordinarily cruel. Workers who failed to collect enough rubber from rubber sap from the vines often faced pretty horrific punishments. Reports began to leak out of the Congo, stories of hands being cut off, whippings and burned villages, of women taken hostage to force men to gather rubber and meet the quotas. Though Leopold tried to keep his African empire as a private fiefdom shielded from scrutiny, missionaries and African witnesses gradually alerted the outside world. And then, of course, there were all the photos. It's hard to explain them away. By the late 1890s and early 1900s, people like the British journalist E.D. Morel and diplomat Roger Casemont exposed the Congo atrocities to the public. They revealed that under Leopold's rule, untold hundreds of thousands, and some even say up to 10 million, of Congolese died from overwork, famine, disease, or just outright murder. The international outcry grew louder. By 1908, the pressure, especially from Britain and the United States, forced Leopold to relinquish the Congo Free State to the Belgian government. It became the Belgian Congo, a regular colony where some of the worst abuses were curtailed. Though forced labor and exploitation persisted in other forms, the nightmare of the Belgian control of the Congo was far from over, It was just the worst of the worst was in the past. Certainly in living memory, though. That never goes away. The Congo Free State stands as one of the darkest chapters of the scramble for Africa. Shows how brutally a colonial power could treat its subjects in the pursuit of profit. Now, French and German activity also defined Central Africa beyond the Congo. France, pushing eastward from its West African bases and northward from the Congo River, eventually linked its territories to form French Equatorial Africa. That includes today's Gabon, the Republic of the Congo, Central African Republic, and Chad. In doing so, French military expeditions had to subdue numerous communities, often with significant violence. Germany also acquired some small colonies in Central Africa, Cameroon, and Togoland in the 1880s, largely through agreements with Britain and France. As elsewhere, the German rule in these areas was enforced with harsh measures against any resistance. By the dawn of the 20th century, virtually all of West and Central Africa was divided between France, Britain, Germany, and Belgium. Traditional states had been dismantled, or perhaps co-opted. Where African rulers signed treaties, often without fully understanding the implications, those documents were used to justify the European sovereignty. Where they resisted on the battlefield, their spears and muskets proved to be no match for the European equipment. The map of West and Central Africa had been transformed into a patchwork of European possessions. Names like French Guinea, British Nigeria, and German Cameroon now labeled vast areas that were once home to independent African kingdoms and societies. The northern rim of Africa, from the Mediterranean coast to the Red Sea, that also underwent dramatic changes at this time. It was here that the European powers encountered not only African societies, but the fading influence of the Ottoman Empire, which had long claimed suzerainty over parts of North Africa. France and Britain were the main competitors in this arena, with Italy making a late and, rather turbulent entry. Excuse me. Well, France had established a firm presence in Algeria decades before the Scramble. The French conquest began in 1830, and Algeria was colonized with hundreds of thousands of European settlers. In 1881, France expanded eastward by invading Tunisia, a province of the Ottoman Empire that had become economically dependent on Europe. Under the pretext of stopping cross-border raids and securing debts, the French troops marched into Tunis and forced the Bey of Tunisia to accept a protectorate. Thus, Tunisia became another part of the colonial French Empire, adjoining French-held Algeria. Towards the turn of the century, France also cast eyes on Morocco, the last independent kingdom in northwest Africa. The French methodically increased their influence there, and by 1912, after a series of diplomatic crises, including a tense standoff with Germany during the Agadir crisis of 1911, France established a protectorate over most of Morocco. As for Spain, they were allowed to take control of small zones in northern and southern Morocco, but the lion's share went to France. By 1914, the French dominated Maghreb, northwest Africa, ruling Algeria, Tunisia, and effectively all of Morocco. Britain's great prize in the north was Egypt. Though technically an Ottoman territory, Egypt had become a virtually independent state under its hereditary rulers. The Suez Canal, opened in 1869, made Egypt strategically vital as the shortcut to India, Britain's most prized colony. When Egypt's ruler fell into financial ruin and a nationalist revolt erupted in 1882, Britain slipped in and intervened. A British fleet bombarded Alexandria, and an expeditionary force defeated the Egyptian army, after which they occupied Egypt. They maintained a fiction of Ottoman sovereignty for decades, but in practice Britain controlled Egypt's government, and importantly, the Suez Canal. This move by Britain infuriated the French, who had helped build the Suez Canal and had expected to wield influence in Egypt, and partly spurred Bismarck's decision to hold the Berlin Conference, as Germany wanted to mediate these imperial rivalries. Once in control of Egypt, Britain also inherited Egypt's ambition to dominate the Sudan, the vast Nile Valley south of Egypt, to secure the waters of the Nile. But in Sudan, the British faced one of the era's major anti-colonial uprisings. Even before Britain occupied Egypt, a Sudanese Islamic leader, Muhammad Ahmad, had proclaimed himself the Mahdi, a messianic figure, in 1881, and led a jihad against Egyptian rule. By 1885, the Mahdist rebels had defeated the Anglo-Egyptian garrison at Khartoum, famously killing General Charles Gordon, a British hero in the process. For over a decade, an independent Mahdist state ruled Sudan, blocking British designs on the region. It was not until 1898 that Britain, in partnership with a restored Egyptian regime, returned to Sudan with a well-equipped army. General Horatio Kitchener led a force armed with Maxim guns up the Nile. In September of 1898, they met the Mahdist army at the Battle of Omdurman, and the result was a slaughter. Perhaps 10,000 Sudanese warriors were cut down, while British-Egyptian casualties were a tiny fraction of that. The victory allowed Britain to reassert control over Sudan. The country was then administered as the Anglo-Egyptian Sudan, in theory a joint condominium, but effectively under British command. Now, in the immediate aftermath of Omdurman, Kitchener's forces encountered the French at Fashoda, as we did mention before, and that imperial dispute was settled in Britain's favor. By 1899, Britain controlled Egypt and Sudan, giving it mastery over the entire Nile, from the Mediterranean to the Great Lakes. Northeast of Sudan lay the ancient Christian kingdom of Ethiopia, soon to achieve fame as the only African power to fully defeat a European empire during the Scramble. Italy, a newly unified nation, 1871 by the way, with ambitions for overseas empire, had established footholds on the Red Sea coast, in what is now Eritrea in the 1880s. Italy also took control of part of Somalia along the Indian Ocean. But Italy's grandest scheme— did I say India just then? Italy took control, not India took control. Not sure if I did, anyway. But Italy's grandest scheme was to conquer Ethiopia and join the ranks of major colonial powers. At first, the Italian diplomats tried to impose a protectorate on Ethiopia via the Treaty of Wuchal in 1889, which had conflicting language in Italian and Amharic. Emperor Menelik II of Ethiopia, who was, by the way, quite a savvy modernizer, repudiated the Italian claim over his country once he realized this deception. Tensions turned into open war in 1895, when Italian forces invaded Ethiopia from Eritrea. Menelik II, having spent years fortifying his army with modern rifles and artillery purchased from various European sources, rallied the Ethiopians from many regions under his leadership. In March of 1896, at the Battle of Adwa, Ethiopian forces decisively crushed the Italian invaders. Italian casualties were enormous, and thousands of Italian prisoners were marched into captivity. A proper humiliation that rocked Italy and thrilled the other Africans. Ethiopia's victory at Adwa was unprecedented. A native African army had defeated a European army in pitched battle, securing its sovereignty. Italy was forced to sue for peace and recognize Ethiopia's independence, at least until the 1930s, when the regime would invade again, but that's a topic for another time. In any case, Italy also consoled itself by holding on to Eritrea and Italian Somaliland on the Horn of Africa, so not all was lost. But despite the setback, Italy continued to seek a prize in North Africa. In 1911, sensing the weakness of the Ottoman Empire, which still nominally controlled Tripoli, Italy invaded Ottoman Libya. The Italians quickly defeated the Ottomans, and in 1912 annexed the provinces of Tripolitania and Cyrenaica, territories which together became the colony of Italian Libya. Thus, on the eve of World War I, Italy had managed to acquire two main colonial areas, one in the Horn of Africa, being Eritrea and Somalia, and one in North Africa, Libya. By 1900, North and Northeast Africa had been largely partitioned. Britain controlled the Nile Valley from Egypt down through Sudan and held influence along the Red Sea coast. France controlled the northwest from the Atlantic across the Sahara to Tunisia, and now had a protectorate in Morocco as well. Italy held small colonies in the Horn and would soon grab Libya. As for the Ottoman Turks, who once dominated North Africa, they'd been almost entirely pushed out, retaining only nominal authority over a few little enclaves. Across the region, European conquest met with both collaboration and resistance. Algerian resistance to France, led by figures like Emir Abdelkader, had been fierce earlier in the 19th century, but ultimately it was suppressed. Now, in Sudan, the Mahdist state showed that Africans could unite and expel foreigners, at least for a time, though it too was eventually defeated, so, and Ethiopia's success in preserving its freedom became a beacon of hope for anti-colonial resistance across the continent. Still, by the early 20th century, aside from Ethiopia and Liberia in West Africa, the whole of North and Northeast Africa was under European colonial rule, and no one really had the guts to do anything about it. Well, let's move over to East Africa, the area encompassing the Great Lakes region, Swahili Coast, and the interior highlands. It became another arena of intense colonial competition after the Berlin Conference. Here, the main rivals were Germany and Britain, with a late appearance by Italy in the Horn, as noted above, and the lingering influence of the Sultanate of Zanzibar along the coast. Prior to the Scramble, the East African coast was part of an Indian Ocean trading network. The Sultan of Zanzibar, an Arab dynasty from Oman, controlled coastal ports and the lucrative caravan routes that brought ivory and slaves from the interior. European powers initially showed interest mainly in curbing the slave trade. Britain maintained a naval patrol in the Indian Ocean for that purpose, by the way. By the late 1880s, however, the contest for territory had reached these shores as well. Germany, newly unified and eager for empire, targeted this region under the initiative of figures like Karl Peters, an adventurer who hurriedly obtained treaties from various local chiefs in what is now Tanzania, and I do believe it is pronounced Tanzania because a Kenyan girl told me it was, but Tanzania may be acceptable too. In any case, in 1885, Germany declared a protectorate over German East Africa, essentially mainland Tanzania. This alarmed Britain, which had interests in the neighboring Sultanate of Zanzibar and the hinterland that would become Kenya and Uganda. A scramble ensued to ensure treaties and territory. Britain had earlier sent explorers like Richard Burton, John Speke, and David Livingstone, followed by Henry Stanley, to map the interior, particularly seeking the headwaters of the Nile around Lake Victoria. British missionaries such as Johann Krapf had also established a presence among the Kikuyu missionaries, and other peoples of the Kenyan highlands. These activities laid groundwork for British claims. By the late 1880s, a British chartered enterprise, the Imperial British East Africa Company, was operating in the region, signing agreements with local rulers, including the Buganda Kingdom in Uganda. Inevitably, German and British spheres overlapped, particularly near the coast and around the Great Lakes. To avoid conflict, the two governments negotiated a partition. In 1890, the Heligoland-Zanzibar Treaty was signed. Germany agreed to recognize British protectorates over Zanzibar, the island sultanate, which Britain promptly turned into a protectorate, ending Zanzibar's independence, and over the regions that would become Kenya and Uganda. In return, Germany's control of Tanganyika, which was affirmed, and Britain even ceded to Germany a small North Sea island called Heligoland as a part of the bargain. Essentially, a line was drawn on the map of East Africa, dividing the British and German claims. The Sultan of Zanzibar, who had hoped to retain some independence, was not a party to these negotiations. His coastal domain was soon reduced to a nominal territory under British oversight. The new boundary between British East Africa and German East Africa cut through the lands of various ethnic groups, pretty typical of how colonial borders were drawn, with very little regard for local realities. Once their spheres were established, both colonial powers moved to consolidate control. In Uganda, Britain faced armed resistance from some Baganda factions and other kingdoms such as Bunyoro. But by 1898, British forces had largely subdued these challenges. In Kenya, British officials and settlers claimed the fertile Central Highlands. They compelled or coaxed communities like the Maasai into ceding large tracts of land. A key project was the construction of a railway from the Indian Ocean port of Mombasa to Lake Victoria. Built in the 1890s, this railway, derisively named the Lunatic Express by critics in Britain who were skeptical of its cost and utility, was an engineering feat through a very difficult piece of terrain. It facilitated military movement and opened the interior to colonial administration and settler farming. The railway exacted a heavy human toll, however. Thousands of laborers were imported from British India to build it, and many perished from disease, wildlife attacks, and accidents in the process. Meanwhile, German East Africa experienced its own challenges to rule. In 1888, an uprising broke out along the coast when German officials attempted to assert control over caravan trade, encroaching on the livelihoods of Arab and Swahili traders. This, as it was called, the Abu Shiri revolt, led by a local Arab trader, was eventually crushed by German troops, with a little help by the British Navy blockading the coast. Germany then established a direct colonial administration. In the interior, German officers like Hermann von Wiesmann, and later governors like Karl Peters briefly and Julius von Gotzen, enforced German authority through a mixture of treaties and punitive expeditions. Perhaps the most famous resistance to German rule came in 1905 with the Maji Maji Rebellion. Sparked by harsh German policies, forced labor to grow cotton, high taxes, and the resentment of spiritual leaders, many different ethnic groups in southern Tanganyika united in revolt. They were inspired by a prophetic movement that promised magic water. This magi would turn German bullets to water. Sounds a little bit like what was going on in the Boxer Rebellion over in China around the same time. Tragically, this belief did not shield them from the German Maxim guns. The rebellion raged across a broad area for 2 years, The Germans responded with a scorched earth campaign, destroying villages and crops, leading to an estimated 250,000 African deaths from either famine or violence. In any case, the Maji-Maji rebellion was brutally suppressed, just another testament to the widespread African opposition to colonial conquest. They didn't just lie down and take it, that's for sure. Now on the coast, the once powerful Sultanate of Zanzibar was reduced to a protectorate under British supervision. A particularly short conflict erupted there in 1896, the Anglo-Zanzibar War. When the pro-British Sultan died, a rival claimant took the palace and refused to accept British oversight. The Royal Navy issued an ultimatum, and when it was ignored, bombarded the palace. In roughly 38 minutes, the brief war was completely over. In fact, it was the shortest war in recorded history. The claimant fled, and Britain installed its preferred figure as Sultan. This incident showed the complete dominance European powers now had. The local ruler's fate could be decided in minutes by European gunboats anchored offshore. They didn't even have to set foot on the ground. By the early 20th century, Britain controlled a continuous string of territories down the eastern side of Africa, from Egypt and Sudan to British East Africa, Kenya and Uganda, further south to Malawi, at that time called Nyasaland, and Rhodesia, Zambia and Zimbabwe, nearly linking up with British domains in southern Africa. Germany held Tanganyika, modern mainland Tanzania, and the smaller adjacent territories of Rwanda and Burundi, which it had also acquired, thus commanding a sizable colony in East Africa until its defeat in World War I. The East African partition was achieved with relatively little direct conflict between European powers, thanks to the treaties like the one in 1890. But for the African peoples, it meant the era of independence and the imposition of foreign rule. Traditional commerce was taken over by European firms, local rulers were subordinated or deposed, and new institutions, from taxation to colonial courts, disrupted existing ways of life. Colonization also brought some good things: infrastructure, railways, telegraph lines, and ports. Sure, but these were primarily built to extract resources and strengthen control, so yeah, they weren't that good after all. In any case, as elsewhere, colonial rule in East Africa was firmly established by the early 1900s, and the decades after would be marked by foreign domination. Southern Africa had already seen significant European encroachment prior to the late 19th century Scramble, but this period brought the region fully under domination. The key players in the south were Britain, which controlled the Cape Colony and Natal, and the descendants of Dutch settlers, the Boers or Afrikaners, who had formed their own republics inland. So you had things like the South African Republic, also known as the Transvaal, and the Orange Free State. Of course, perhaps topics for another time. Powerful African kingdoms such as the Zulu and the Sotho, also called the Basotho, also shaped the early colonial conflicts in the region. Really, things were kicked off by the discovery of diamonds in 1867 in Kimberley and gold in 1886 in the Transvaal. It has also transformed southern Africa's significance for the imperial powers. Suddenly, this region held immense economic promise. A British entrepreneur, Cecil Rhodes, you might have heard of him, rose to prominence by monopolizing diamond mining with his company De Beers, and entering politics with a vision of British expansion. Rhodes dreamed of a Cape to Cairo chain of British colonies across Africa. In the 1890s, he used his wealth and private forces to push northward beyond the Limpopo River. By diplomacy and force, Rhodes obtained mineral concessions from local rulers, and anyone who resisted, well, They just shot them in the head, the old-fashioned colonial way. Negotiations ended. His agents orchestrated the takeover of the Mashonaland and the Matabeleland, highland regions ruled by King Lobengula of the Matabele. Lobengula was tricked into signing away mineral rights, i.e. the Rudd Concession of 1888, and when conflict ensued, British South Africa Company troops, armed with machine guns, crushed the revolters in 1893 to 1894. There were further resistance by the Ndebele and Shona in the 1896, was suppressed as well. This was known as the First Chimurenga. These territories were named Rhodesia after Cecil Rhodes himself. By the end of the 1890s, the British flag flew over present-day Zimbabwe and Zambia, as well as over Malawi, known as Nyasaland, which had been secured as a British protectorate. British expansion from the Cape was forging a contiguous empire in the south and the east. They might be getting that Cape to Cairo belt after all. But hold your horses. British ambitions faced a major hurdle: the Boer republics. Now, the Boers were fiercely independent farmers of Dutch descent, and they didn't have any desire to submit to British rule. Tensions led to armed conflict in the First Anglo-Boer War, this 1880 to 81, in which the Boers, using guerrilla tactics and knowing the terrain quite well, actually defeated British forces and preserved their autonomy. Credit where it's due, they somewhat mopped the floor with them. But after gold was discovered in the Transvaal, British determination to control the region intensified. In 1895, an adventurer allied with Rhodes attempted the Jameson Raid, a botched coup in Transvaal, which only increased hostilities. Full-scale war broke out in 1899, the Second Anglo-Boer War, pitting the British Empire against the Boer settlers. This war was bitter and protracted. The Boers, being superb horsemen and marksmen, waged an effective guerrilla campaign. In response, Britain poured in troops, eventually over 400,000, and adopted harsh counterinsurgency tactics. British forces burned Boer farms and instituted a policy of rounding up Boer civilians into concentration camps to cut off support for guerrillas. Conditions in the camps were, you can imagine, quite atrocious. Some 26,000 Boer women and children died from disease and malnutrition, scandal that caused outrage back in Britain when reported. By 1902, exhausted by attrition, the Boers finally capitulated. In the Treaty of Vereeniging in 1902, the Transvaal and Orange Free State were formally annexed into the British Empire. A few years later, in 1910, British merged its South African territories into the Union of South Africa, a self-governing colony under the British Crown. This outcome secured British dominance over the region's vast mineral wealth and strategic position. Southern Africa during this era also witnessed conflicts between Europeans and powerful African polities. The most notable was the Anglo-Zulu War of 1879. The Zulu Kingdom, under King Cetshwayo, had been a formidable regional power. British authorities in Natal, coveting Zulu lands and fearing Zulu military might, engineered a confrontation. In January of 1879, Zulu impis, or regiments, armed mostly with spears, shocked the world by overrunning a British army at the Battle of Isandlwana, one of the worst defeats ever suffered by British troops against indigenous fighters. But the victory was short-lived. Later that year, the British regrouped, and wielding superior firepower, including Gatling guns and rifles, defeated the Zulu at the Battle of Ulundi, effectively ending the Zulu nation's independence. And of course, this was the war in which Rorke's Drift happened. That was just after Isandlwana too, and the topic of the film Zulu, at least the crescendo of that film, Michael Caine, I believe it was. He played the commander. You should go watch it. It's a good one. The fall of the Zulu kingdom opened the way for British expansion into what is now KwaZulu-Natal. Other African resistance in the region included the Xhosa, who fought a series of frontier wars against the British in the Cape for decades. By the 1880s, the Xhosa, I think it's Xhosa, or is it Xhosa? I think it's Xhosa, and other groups had been largely subdued. In some cases, smaller African states sought protection by aligning with one European power to fend off another. For example, the Kingdom of Lesotho was placed under British protection in the 1860s to escape conquest by the Boer Republic of the Orange Free State. By the dawn of the 20th century, Britain controlled an enormous swath of southern Africa, from the Cape through the High Veld and up into Central Africa. German influence in the region was limited but notable. They had seized southwest Africa, i.e. Namibia, in the 1880s as a colony and encouraged German settlement there. It was in that colony that one of the most horrific episodes of the Scramble period occurred. You see, in 1904, the Herero people, angered by German seizures of land and cattle, rose up in revolt. The German colonial army under General Lothar von Trotha launched what is often cited as the first genocide of the 20th century. After defeating the Herero in battle, von Trotha issued an extermination order, driving men, women, and children into the waterless Omaheke Desert, and instructing his troops to shoot anyone who tried to return. Tens of thousands of them perished from thirst and starvation. Survivors were later rounded up into concentration camps. The neighboring Nama people met a similar fate when they too rebelled. And by 1908, upwards of 80% of the Herero and half of the Nama people had been killed. This atrocity, long overlooked, is another example of the brutality that accompanied some of the colonial conquests. Yeah, not good at all. In any case, the Scramble in southern Africa involved both European rivalries and the subjugation of indigenous peoples. Britain emerged as the dominant power, of course, seizing the richest territories and eventually knitting them into the Union of South Africa. And then there was the Boer War that demonstrated that even the European settlers could be harshly treated when they stood in the way of an imperial agenda. But you really do have to feel sorry about the Zulu and the Herero. That's not good what happened to them. By 1914, the map of southern Africa, like that of the rest of the continent, was drawn to reflect European dominion and interests. So how do we reflect on all of that? Well, we can say that it at least radically transformed everything. Politically and socially, well, things will just never be the same, and the consequences are still being felt in 2026. By 1914, only 2 African states, as Ethiopia and Liberia, remained independent, and even they were under constant pressure. The rest of Africa had been arbitrarily carved into some 40 colonies and protectorates, with borders often drawn in European boardrooms, no regard to ethnic, linguistic, or geographic realities on the ground. In place of the old systems of governance, European administrators imposed new laws, taxes, and systems of forced labor. They built railways and ports, sure, but they were aimed at extracting wealth, shipping out cocoa, cotton, rubber, gold, diamonds, and more, while discouraging any local industries that might compete with European interest. Traditional authorities were displaced or reduced to auxiliaries. Entire societies were reoriented to serve the colonial economy. The human cost was enormous. African populations suffered the violence of conquest, the brutal reality of forced labor regimes, and the social upheaval of foreign domination. Diseases that came with the colonials, from smallpox to new livestock illnesses, also took a heavy toll. African resistance was a constant undercurrent, from major wars like the Mandinka resistance, the Mahdist revolt, and the Maji-Maji uprising, to countless smaller revolts and little acts of defiance. Yet, with few exceptions, these efforts could not stop the Europeans, backed by industrial might. By the early 20th century, the new colonial map was entrenched. Africans everywhere had been subjugated into European-ruled entities, whether they were called colonies, protectorates, or dominions. Communities that once managed their own affairs suddenly found themselves split by artificial borders, or thrust together with former rivals under a single colonial government. At the same time, the Scramble sowed seeds for future change. The colonial authorities introduced aspects of Western education, Christianity, new political ideas, often for their own purposes, but these ideas sometimes empowered a new generation of African leaders. Over the decades of colonial rule, nationalism began to grow. By the mid-20th century, after 2 world wars weakened the European empires, movements for independence swept across Africa. Africans who had been taught the ideals of liberty and self-determination turned those ideas against the colonizers. And by the 1960s, nearly all African nations had achieved independence, formally ending the colonial order that the Scramble had established. However, the problems left behind by that headlong partition, arbitrary borders, the ethnic tensions within new states, the economic dependency on export crops and minerals, they have all persisted. And of course, there's plenty of other things. There's the corruption, there's the food insecurity and water insecurity in some areas. Not the best situation. Africa's pockets had been somewhat picked, I'm afraid. Hard to deal with problems like that after you've gone through the last 150 years. In any case, the independent nations of Africa faced the daunting task at that time of forging unity and development in states whose foundations were partly built on colonial expediencies. It is the mid-18th century, on the shores of West Africa. Here lies the bustling port of Ouidah, on the Slave Coast, a mosaic of humanity. African traders in bright woven cloth haggle with Europeans over human lives, speaking in a cacophony of languages. Long caravans of captives, chained or yoked together, have arrived from the interior after weeks of marching. At the beach, European ships bob at anchor, their holds being filled with these enslaved Africans, destined for the New World. A dynamic, tragic, and complex scene, repeated at dozens of African ports for nearly 4 centuries. It is a scene that challenges the simplistic narrative that it was only the Europeans that orchestrated the slave trade, when in reality, the transatlantic slave trade was fueled by intricate African markets and networks, with African intermediaries and leaders playing pivotal roles, selling their own people. And so today, we travel to the slave markets of Africa that fueled the transatlantic slave trade. This exploration spans from the 15th century through to the 19th century and across the breadth of the African continent. Our focus today will be on the African side of this global enterprise, the local economies, political structures, and the people that supplied the enslaved men, women, and children to the New World. We're going to talk about how African kingdoms and merchants were deeply entangled in the trade, sometimes as eager profiteers, sometimes as conflicted participants, and occasionally as resistors. Along the way, we're going to correct some of those common misconceptions, such as the notion that the Europeans greedily swept ashore and simply captured Africans at will. Instead, we'll see a more complicated reality emerge. Local African rulers negotiating with European buyers, local wars feeding the coastal slave markets, and a tragic cycle in which Africans both facilitated and suffered from the trade. We'll also see key regions and ports, from Senegambia and Elmina on the Gold Coast to Oida in West Africa and Luanda in Central Africa. And we'll talk about how African leaders and communities navigated the pressures and opportunities of the trade. And there'll be plenty of anecdotes from historical witnesses, drawing only on primary sources for these to bring this distant world to life. Certainly, by the end, you'll come out with a more nuanced understanding of how the transatlantic slave trade was not a one-sided European operation, but a system of exchange with deep African roots. All right, hello everyone. Introductions all out of the way. Allow me to welcome you to the channel. Perhaps it's your first time here, you've not clicked that subscribe button yet. Well, if you haven't, I invite you to do so. It's right next to the like button conveniently, and you're welcome to leave your thoughts in the comments. This video is enjoyable completely ad-free on YouTube because of the generous contributions of those on Patreon and the YouTube memberships. Thank you also for checking out the merch store. Now, with introductions all out of the way, let's begin. The transatlantic slave trade. It had its beginnings in the mid-15th century, when European ships first reached coastal West Africa. At the time, African societies were already very familiar with slavery and slave trading, but on a much smaller scale. For instance, through trans-Saharan caravans that sent captives north, or through local wars where captives became slaves. But the arrival of the Portuguese in the 1440s introduced a new and voracious overseas demand. The Portuguese initially tried slave raiding, notably a 1444 expedition in Senegambia, but these forays were met with fierce resistance and ultimately proved to be less effective than trade. Coastal African rulers were soon willing to exchange captives, usually people from rival ethnic groups or war captives, for iron, textiles, firearms, any other goods that the Europeans brought. Indeed, it's been said that during the earliest years of the slave trade, the Portuguese generally preferred purchased Africans who had been enslaved during tribal wars, rather than taking the trouble of capturing them outright. And so, by the late 1400s, a steady trade was established. Enslaved Africans were being transported to work on sugar plantations in the Atlantic islands like Madeira, Sao Tome, and the Cape Verde Islands. Soon after 1500, with the European conquest of the Americas, the demand for labor was seeing a new boom. The Spanish began shipping enslaved Africans to the Caribbean as early as 1502. The Portuguese, operating from bases like Elmina on the Gold Coast, and later Sao Tome and Luanda in Angola, dominated the trade through the 16th century. During this period, African coastal kingdoms cooperated to supply slaves in exchange for valuable imports. For example, the Wolof Empire in Senegambia became a major supplier of slaves in the 1500s. It is estimated that as much as 1/3 of all enslaved Africans exported before 1600 came from the Senegambia region under Yolof influence. The Kingdom of Benin, that is, present-day Nigeria, also traded slaves with the Portuguese in the early 1500s, though notably Benin's obas, that is, kings, soon restricted slave exports, preferring to trade other goods like ivory and pepper. This is once they saw the destabilizing effects of the slave trade on their society. One illustrative early case is the Kingdom of Congo in Central Africa. Congo initially welcomed Portuguese contact in the late 15th century. Its king, Nzinga Nkuwu, converted to Christianity, and his son, Afonso, maintained close relations with Portugal. However, the Congolese soon grew alarmed at how the trade in captives was undermining their kingdom. In 1526, King Afonso I of Congo wrote a famous letter to the King of Portugal, pleading for an end to the uncontrolled slave trading. He lamented that Portuguese merchants were giving African traders so many enticing goods that the sons of this country are enslaved and kidnapped, even noblemen and the sons of noblemen, leading to the depopulation of his realm. Afonso complained that his authority was being undermined as unscrupulous people within Congo abducted others to sell to the Europeans for merchandise. He wrote, "So great, sir, is the corruption that our country is being completely depopulated." Now, this account shows that from early on, African leaders understood the disruptive impact of the slave trade. Despite Afonso's pleas and his attempt to ban the export of slaves from the Congo, the trade continued under less centralized conditions, often by rogue merchants and local chiefs beyond the king's control. Thus, by the end of the 16th century, the pattern was set. European buyers, anchored at coastal forts or on ships, relied on African suppliers to bring them captives from the interior. In these early centuries, the volume was still relatively small compared to what it would become, but the foundations of African involvement were laid. African elites had begun to see the trade as a source of wealth and European goods, while others already saw it as dangerous. This tension between the lure of profit and the peril to society would play out across Africa in the coming centuries as the transatlantic trade grew in scale. As the transatlantic slave trade entered its peak centuries, the 17th and 18th, its operations on African soil became more systematized. To understand the African slave markets, we must look at how captives were acquired, and how the markets were organized, and ultimately what was exchanged. The process typically began with a capture in the interior. Most enslaved Africans were seized in the context of local conflicts, wars between kingdoms, raids on neighboring villages, or punitive expeditions. African rulers and warlords recognized that prisoners of war could be sold for a decent profit. Some states even went to war primarily to secure captives for sale. For instance, the Kingdom of Dahomey in the 18th century notoriously conducted annual raids on its neighbors to capture men, women, and children who could be sold to the Europeans. Others, like the Asante Empire on the Gold Coast, fought wars of expansion that yielded prisoners who became a form of tribute or trade currency. In parts of equatorial Africa, bands of professional raiders, such as the Imbangala in Angola, roamed the countryside, kidnapping people and funneling them to coastal markets. After the capture, the captives were often marched in caravans toward the coast. Well, this could be a brutal journey, hundreds of miles, Many did not survive the trek due to hunger, disease, or abuse. On the way, captives might pass through inland slave markets or fairs, trading hubs where local dealers bought and sold humans. For example, in the Bight of Biafra hinterland, today's southeastern Nigeria and Cameroon, there were well-known slave fairs at places like Arochukwu and Uburu. The Aro merchants, an Igbo trading network, had established a quasi-monopoly over the interior trade. They operated under the aegis of a famous oracle, the shrine at Chukwu at Arochukwu, using religion to sanction the enslavement of those accused of crimes or witchcraft. Through this system, the Aro Confederacy funneled tens of thousands of Igbo and other nations from the interior to the coast. In his memoir, Oluwadu Equiano, an Igbo child who was kidnapped around 1753, described being seized by African kidnappers while his parents were away in the fields, and then being sold from one African owner to another over months until finally he reached the coast. His account shows that from the point of capture to the point of sale, to Europeans that is, an enslaved African might change hands multiple times within Africa. Once the caravans reached the coast, they entered the coastal slave markets. These markets took different forms depending on the region. In some places, they were fortified trading posts, often called slave castles, operated by Europeans in partnership with local authorities. For instance, the Elmina Castle on the Gold Coast, or the Gorée Island in Senegambia. At such forts, European factors, or agents, would inspect and purchase captives delivered by African brokers. In other regions, there were open beach markets or trading towns, where European ships anchored offshore and African traders came out to meet them. The Bight of Biafra coast worked in this manner. Europeans didn't build any forts, but they anchored their ships in places like Old Calabar or Bonny, and negotiated with local merchant princes. We have a vivid description of an African slave market that comes from Willem Bosman, a Dutch trader on the Guinea coast. Around 1700, Bosman wrote that Ouida or Ouida markets are of men here kept in the same manner as those of beasts are with us, meaning that enslaved people were openly bartered and examined like cattle in the marketplace. This blunt observation, from a participant's perspective, highlights the commodification of humans in these transactions. The actual exchange was driven by economic incentive on both sides. Europeans offered guns, gunpowder, textiles, metal bars, alcohol, and other trades goods as currency. In return, Africans sold Africans. Prices fluctuated with supply and demand. There was also a system of credit and trust in operation. European captains, anxious to fill their ships quickly, would often advance goods to the African suppliers, essentially giving goods on credit, with the promise that the local trader would deliver a certain number of slaves in the coming weeks or months. But this was risky, so to secure the deal, Africans and Europeans developed a practice called pawnship. One side would hand over a pawn, a person, as collateral, sometimes a relative of the African trader, or in other cases, a European crewman left in the African trader's custody, to guarantee the debt, either slaves or goods owed, would be repaid. And Duke, an Efik merchant of Old Calabar, noted in his diary in the 1780s how such pawning was used to enforce honest dealing on both sides. Another important aspect was the African control of commercial protocol. Coastal African leaders often imposed customs duties and regulations on Europeans. In the kingdom of Dahomey, for instance, the king claimed a royal monopoly on slave trading. All sales in Oida had to go through the king's agents, through private merchants still operated under his system. In Old Calabar, the local chiefs, like Anteraduke's family, charged European slave ships a trading fee called komi before any business could take place. They demanded that visiting captains pay proper gifts and obey local rules. If a European captain tried to bypass these rules or cheat the Africans, trade could be cut off. Indeed, offending captains were sometimes forced to depart empty-handed. Thus, far from Europeans simply dictating terms, the African side had set up its own structure to govern the trade. At the coast, captives were typically held in barracoons or compounds while awaiting shipment. In European forts like Elmina or Cape Coast Castle, dungeon-like holding cells warehoused hundreds of captives at a time. At ports controlled by African authorities, the captives might be kept in stockades or the houses of traders until the moment of embarkation. When a slave ship was ready to load, final negotiations took place, often involving inspection of the captives by the European buyers. The enslaved, tragically, were treated like merchandise, examined for health and strength, sometimes branded with hot irons to mark a buyer's ownership. Once a private price was settled and the payment in goods complete, the captives were conveyed in small boats or canoes out to the waiting ship. Many African observers watched those ships depart over the horizon, knowing they carried sons, daughters, or former neighbors, and understanding that those people would likely never return. So, the mechanics of the slave trade, to sum it up, on the African side involved a chain of African participants, raiders or soldiers who captured people, middlemen who transported and sold them, and local merchants and chiefs who negotiated with the European ship captains. European traders usually remained at the periphery, on board ships or inside coastal forts, while African networks brought the human cargo to them. African political and economic systems thus shaped the trade at every turn. With this general framework in mind, let's use it to examine several major African regions and ports in a little bit more detail. And we'll see how these dynamics played out differently across different parts of the continent. So let's start with the Senegambia region. It was the first among those areas linked with the transatlantic slave trade. So we're talking around the Senegal and Gambia rivers. That's where they get the name from. Quite clever. Portuguese ships reached this coast in the mid-15th century, and by the 1500s, the trade was well established. Coastal kingdoms such as Wolof and Cayor and others engaged in commerce with the Europeans. In the 16th century, Wolof was a powerful empire. It became a major supplier of enslaved people, especially after the collapse of older Mali Empire's influence in the region. African merchants and rulers in Senegambia traded slaves for horses, highly valued in that area, cloth too, and other goods. Some captives were people who had been slaves within Africa, for example, pawns or those sold for debt, while others were war captives from conflicts between local states. But significantly, not all in Senegambia acquiesced to the trade. There are accounts of local resistance. For instance, the Jola people of Casamance and certain other communities largely refused to participate. sometimes moving their villagers to more defensible locations to avoid slave raids. In the late 18th century, an important anti-slave trader stance emerged in Senegambia under a Muslim leader named Abdul Qadir Ghane, the Almami of Futa Toro, a theocratic Fulani state along the middle Senegal River. In 1787, the Almami Abdul Qadir forbade the passage of any slaves through Futa Toro for sale to Europeans. At the time, several French slaving ships were waiting at the mouth of the Senegal River, only to find that the caravans of captives were no longer coming. Ghane declared that no one in his realm, no Muslim, could be sold into slavery, effectively cutting off a major supply route. The French, frustrated in their business, even sent gifts to persuade him to relent, but he held firm. This early abolitionist measure is a striking example of an African leader taking a moral and political stand against the slave trade, even as neighboring rulers continued to sell captives. Meanwhile, European presence in Senegambia remained limited to coastal enclaves. In the island of Gorée, just off Dakar, and St. Louis at the mouth of the Senegal were key slaving trade ports, changing hands between the Portuguese, Dutch, French, and English over time. Through such African-European partnership, the trade in the Senegambia persisted into the 18th century. By the 19th century, however, it declined as France began to shift the region's economy toward legitimate commerce, that is, peanuts, gum arabic, as European anti-slave trade patrols increased. Senegambia's experience highlights that at the very gateway of Atlantic Africa, the slave trade was both enabled by African polities and, in pockets, actively resisted by them. Moving eastward along the Guinea coast, the region known as the Gold Coast, modern Ghana, had a long history of contact with Europeans, initially focused on gold, hence the name, but later increasingly on slaves. The Portuguese built Elmina Castle there in 1482, originally to secure access to gold fields. For over a century, gold was the primary export. By the 17th century, however, the dynamic had shifted. The Dutch seized Elmina in 1637 and expanded the castle's dungeons to hold slaves as the transatlantic demand grew. Numerous other European forts and trading lodges soon dotted the coastline. Cape Coast Castle, British, Fort Amsterdam, Anamabu, and more, creating a highly competitive environment under the watchful eyes of African authorities inland. On the African side, the Akan peoples dominated commerce in the Gold Coast. In the interior, the Ashanti Empire rose to prominence in the late 17th century, conquering neighboring Akan states and gaining control over lucrative gold-producing areas. The Ashanti Empire's economy was not singularly dependent on slave exports. It was also built on gold and the kola nut trade. But warfare was integral to their expansion, and war captives were frequently sold to the coast. One British visitor to Kumasi, the Ashanti capital, in the early 19th century, recorded the Ashanti king Osei Bonsu's candid rationale for trading slaves. The king reportedly explained that if he did not sell his war captives to the Europeans, he would have to kill them, as retaining large numbers of enemy prisoners could destabilize the kingdom. Well, an anecdote like that shows how African leaders rationalize their participation. Far better to sell them off than to send them off to the next world. Now, on the coast itself, African merchant brokers played their own role. The Fante people, who lived in the coastal littoral below Ashanti, often acted as intermediaries. They formed a network of brokers, sometimes called kabukiers, who brought slaves and other goods from the interior to the European forts. Fante coastal towns such as Anomabu and Cape Coast thus became thriving commercial centers. Europeans could not simply march inland to Ashanti. They relied on African allies and trading partners to maintain the flow of goods and people. The relationship between the Fante and Ashanti was complex. They were trading partners, but also rivals, and they fought wars in the 18th century, in part over control of these trade routes. Elmina and other forts functioned as the terminus of these supply lines. By the 18th century, Elmina Castle was dispatching immense numbers of captives annually. One estimate holds that by that time, about 30,000 enslaved people per year passed through Elmina's dungeons on their way to the Americas. Most of these individuals had been collected from a wide hinterland extending north and west. European records from these forts speak of slave caravans arriving, sometimes hundreds at once, often in miserable condition after long treks. They also described haggling with local brokers, payment of customs to local chiefs, and occasional breakdowns in trade due to African political changes. For example, if a local king died or if a war cut off a supply route, European forts might sit idle for months. And of course, time is money. Now, it is worth noting that the Gold Coast had a highly regulated trade environment. The presence of multiple European forts meant African sellers could in some sense shop around for the best deals, playing one European nation off against another. Conversely, Europeans sometimes coordinated to try to stabilize prices. But ultimately, African suppliers had the upper hand in dictating when and how the trade would occur. If there was a shortage of captives, say during a lull in local wars, European buyers simply had to wait or sail elsewhere. The power of the Ashanti was formidable. In 1824, an Ashanti army even descended to the coast and defeated a British force near Cape Coast in a dispute over trade, demonstrating that African states could indeed challenge the Europeans militarily if they were provoked. The story of the Gold Coast, therefore, is one of a prosperous African region whose leaders, especially in the Asante kings, integrated the African slave trade into their political economy, but always on the terms shaped by African politics. In fact, even today, Elmina Castle is still there, a stark monument to this human commerce. Continuing along West Africa, we come to the Bight of Benin, known to the European merchants of the 18th century as the Slave Coast, due to the vast numbers of captives shipped from its harbors. Not the best name, I suppose, but certainly shows the situation. It was here that a patchwork of kingdoms and city-states vied for control of the trade. In the 17th century, the coastal kingdom of Alada and the port of Ouida were prominent suppliers. However, there was a dramatic power shift that occurred in the early 18th century, when the inland kingdom of Dahomey rose to dominance under King Agaja. In 1727, Dahomey's armies conquered Ouida, taking its thriving slave ports. Thereafter, Dahomey became one of the most notorious slave-trading states in Africa. At its height, Dahomey had a highly militarized society, geared towards slave raiding and trading. The Dahomeyan kings built a standing army, which included the famous female warriors often called the Dahomey Amazons, that conducted frequent raids on neighboring peoples. Captives from these campaigns were marched to the Dahomey capital of Abomey, or directly to Ouidah on the coast. Some captives were kept for local use. Dahomey maintained a large population of domestic slaves and also practiced human sacrifice of war prisoners during the kingdom's annual customs ritual. But the majority were still sold to the Europeans at the coast. The monarchy established a royal monopoly. European traders could only buy slaves through the king's appointed agents, and they paid customs duties and offered tribute to the king for the privilege. In Ouidah, multiple European nations maintained trading lodges or small forts. The French, English, Portuguese, Brazilians, they all had a presence, but they operated at Dahomey's sufferance. One European visitor in the 1770s noted that the king of Dahomey set the terms and could halt a trade on a whim. In effect, European factors had to negotiate with powerful African officials, always on the king's terms. Ouidah itself was one of the busiest slave ports in the world during the 18th century. Historians estimate that over the slave trade era, more than 1 million Africans were sent from Ouidah across the Atlantic, second only to Luanda, Angola, in volume. Most went to Brazil and the Caribbean. The city was cosmopolitan in its own way, a mix of local Dahomean people and other Africans from the interior, along with European traders, Afro-Brazilian returnees who served as middlemen. Yet Europeans in Ouidah never numbered more than a few hundred at a time. The bulk of commerce was conducted by African merchants under Dahomey's authority. A notable figure was Francisco Felix de Souza, a Brazilian-born trader who became the Dahomey king's chief commercial agent in Ouidah in the early 19th century, illustrating how even foreign traders had to be sanctioned and integrated into the Dahomeyan system. But the kings of Dahomey, they grew wealthy and formidable through the sale of human beings. King Gezo, who ruled from 1818 to 1858, famously resisted British pressures to abolish the trade. He is quoted as saying in the 1840s, "The slave trade is the ruling principle of my people. It is the source and the glory of their wealth. The mother lulls the child to sleep with notes of triumph over an enemy reduced to slavery." Well, that's a hell of a declaration, isn't it? But it lays bare how deeply the slave trade had become embedded in their economy and ideology. It was the kingdom's lifeblood. Even when Britain and France began suppressing the Atlantic slave trade in the early and mid-19th century, Dahomey continued it for years. Only in the 1850s, after the British naval blockades and the growth of alternative exports like palm oil, did Dahomey finally begin to redirect its economy. East of Dahomey, the Yoruba Empire of Oyo likewise supplied slaves from its wars until it collapsed in the early 19th century. Thereafter, chaotic conflicts in Yoruba land fed the trade through ports like Lagos, until the British annexed Lagos in 1851 to suppress it. So in summary, the Slave Coast exemplified a region where African state power was heavily leveraged to maximize the slave trade. From the kings of Dahomey, who orchestrated raids and dictated terms to European buyers, to the shifting fortunes of Yoruba realms further east, the Bight of Benin's slave markets were fundamentally shaped by African political ambition and rivalry. The grim calculus of exchanging guns for slaves played out here in especially stark terms. Dahomey and its peers imported large quantities of firearms and gunpowder, and they used that to capture even more slaves. And they used the slaves to purchase even more firearms and gunpowder. And they used that to, well, I don't have to go on. But it's a destructive feedback loop. Violence and commerce, devastating countless communities, and destroying innumerable families. Further east, on the Atlantic coast, lies the Bight of Biafra, encompassing parts of modern Nigeria, like the Niger Delta and the Cross River region, and western Cameroon. Unlike the Gold Coast or the Slave Coast, this area didn't have a large central kingdom dominating the trade. You see, it was characterized by powerful merchant networks and small coastal states. As I've mentioned, the interior supply was largely controlled by the Aro Confederacy, an alliance of Igbo traders and priests centered on Arochukwu. The Aro network fed captives from a wide hinterland into the delta ports. They used the authority of their oracle to justify enslaving people. For example, individuals condemned by the shrine for alleged crimes of witchcraft might be sold off as slaves, ostensibly as a form of divine judgment or divine sanction. Through such means, the Aro amassed enormous influence over the slave trade in this region. On the coast, the key outlets were the Delta city-states of Bonny, Old Calabar, Brass, and New Calabar. These were not empires, but each was ruled by its own king or council of chiefs, often themselves wealthy slave traders. They became extremely active middlemen between the Aro interior networks and the European ships. For instance, at Old Calabar, also called Duketown, a handful of Efik aristocratic families, with surnames like Duke, Eyamba, and Henshaw, dominated the trade. Antera Duke, whose diary provides a rare African perspective on the trade, was one such merchant prince. He and his peers ran what amounted to a slave-dealing houses in Calabar, complete with agents upriver, and established partnerships with British captains. When English slave ships arrived at the Cross River estuary, the Calabar chiefs would negotiate the price, enforce the collection of debts or the payment of gome, and even hold British crew members hostage as pawns if trust broke down. A striking aspect of the Bight of Biafra trade is that Europeans did not establish permanent forts or colonies in this stretch of coast. They didn't need to. The African trading communities were well organized, and they provided every service, including marshalling slaves and provisioning the ships. European captives anchored offshore, and African brokers came out to meet them in large canoes, bringing samples of trade goods and bargaining over prices. The volume of exports from this region was enormous. The Bight of Biafra became the third largest source of African slaves of the Americas, after West Central Africa and the Bight of Benin during the 18th century. Many of these captives were Igbo or Ibibio from the hinterland. They were dispersed mainly to British Caribbean or North America, which is one reason why that even today a significant portion of African Americans have genetic heritage traced to this region. The dynamics here were marked by decentralized violence. The absence of a unifying empire meant that a myriad of micro-level conflicts and kidnappings fed the trade. Oral histories in Igbo communities still recount how people feared the threat of kidnappers or the manipulations of Aro agents. It is said that some villagers planted spiked barriers or moved their markets to thwart slave raiders. The social fabric was severely strained by these disruptions. Still, a few African communities in the region found ways to protect themselves. The inland town, for example, of Abeokuta, in today's Ogun State, Nigeria, was founded in the 1820s by refugees from various Yoruba and other communities fleeing the slave raids, and that includes some repatriated slaves returning from Sierra Leone. Abeokuta grew into a formidable fortified city, and notably defeated Dahome's invading army in 1851, becoming a kind of safe haven, a promised land, away from the coastal slave trade. The Banta Biafra slave trade functioned through African merchant entrepreneurship, rather than a large state apparatus, which is what made it different. African agents here were consummate traders. The Aro chieftains and the Delta kings alike profited by orchestrating the capture, transport, and sale of human beings, all while negotiating shrewdly with European buyers. Activities like this highlight yet another facet of African involvement. Not empire builders like Dahomey, but networks of merchants who turned the misery of others into wealth, operating a devastating commerce that preyed on the fragmentation of their region. But of course, no account of the African side of the slave trade would be complete without West Central Africa, the single largest source of captives sent across the Atlantic. This broad region, covering today's Angola, Republic of the Congo, Democratic Republic of the Congo, and surrounding areas, supplied nearly half of all enslaved Africans transported to the Americas. The trade here began early and lasted the longest. The Portuguese established a permanent foothold in the kingdom of Ndongo, present-day Angola, in the late 1500s, founding the port city of Luanda in 1575. By the 17th century, Luanda had grown into the busiest slave port in Africa, sending tens of thousands of people each year to Portuguese colonies, especially Brazil. Along with Luanda, the port of Benguela, further south on the Angolan coast, founded in 1617, became another major slaving outlet. African political organization in this region was complex and in flux. The Kingdom of Congo to the north had been a centralized state since the 1400s, and initially engaged with the Portuguese on relatively equal terms. But as the slave trade grew, Congo was destabilized. After King Afonso's attempts to control the trade in the 1520s, as we discussed earlier, failed, Congo gradually fell into civil wars. Many of these conflicts were stoked by competing factions trying to capture and sell slaves to the Portuguese. In 1665, the Congolese king was even killed in a battle against the Portuguese, and the once mighty kingdom fragmented into smaller realms. But of course, the slave business had to continue. Further south, the Portuguese fought lengthy wars with the kingdom of Ndongo and its allies. A legendary figure, Queen Nzinga of Ndongo and later Matamba, led a determined resistance against the Portuguese in the 1620s to 50s, at times even allying with the Dutch to counter the Portuguese power. Nzinga turned her inland territory into a refuge for those fleeing the Portuguese and Imbangala raids. Yet after her death, Portuguese expansion resumed. The Portuguese often allied with brutal bands of mercenaries known as the Imbangala, whose way of life was raiding and warfare. The Imbangalo in the 1600s became the main suppliers of slaves to the Portuguese in Angola, armed with European guns and driven by a violent warrior culture. They wreaked havoc, capturing huge numbers of people. The phrase itself, Imbangala, became synonymous with terror in the region. By the 18th century, the slave system in West Central Africa was highly organized and deeply entrenched. The Portuguese authorities in Luanda and Benguela worked with mixed-race Afro-Portuguese traders and certain African chiefs to funnel slaves out from the interior. There were established routes and markets in the interior, sometimes called slave fairs, at places like Kasanje on the upper Kwanza River, where African brokers exchanged captives for Portuguese goods under agreed rules. The Portuguese government even set up a trading board, junta, in Luanda to oversee the trade and regulate prices at these markets. Nevertheless, chaos and violence remained endemic. Entire districts in the interior were depopulated by constant raiding, with ruined villages and abandoned fields left as grim evidence. Luanda maintained its position as arguably the largest slave-exporting port in Africa. In the 18th century, it was often called the emporium of the slave trade. In one period, 1700 to 1850, nearly 1.5 million people were embarked on slave ships from Luanda and Benguela alone. The vast majority were sent to the Portuguese colony of Brazil, with which Angola had special trading relationships. Indeed, Angolan and Brazilian ports were so connected that some historians speak of a South Atlantic system, centered mainly around the Portuguese colonies. Enslaved Africans from this region were predominantly from groups such as the Mbundu, the Bakongo, of Mbundu, and others drawn from the deep interior by the 19th century. Many ended up on Brazilian sugar and coffee plantations. Some were also taken to the Caribbean and North America via Spanish and French traders. Even as this mass export continued, African societies in West Central Africa adapted and resisted in various ways. Some inland polities, like the Lunda Empire in the southeast, or the Chokwe or Ovimbundu kingdoms, rose to prominence by controlling trade routes, or offering some refuge from slavers, while also inevitably becoming involved in the commerce themselves. Chiefs in the interior negotiated terms with Portuguese traders, sometimes demanding high prices, or European titles and favors in exchange for cooperation. But overall, the balance of power in this region, unlike in parts of West Africa, increasingly tilted toward the European side by the 19th century. Portugal had established Angola as a colony, and didn't hesitate to use military force against African rulers who impeded the trade. West Central Africa thus presents a picture where the African agency was present, but under extreme duress from direct colonial intrusion. The Portuguese and their allies deliberately fomented conflict to produce captives, and local opportunists took advantage of the lucrative market. Still, without the cooperation of African middlemen, the chiefs who struck deals, the Imbangala who captured slaves, the Afro-Portuguese who could traverse the interior, even the Portuguese could not have sustained the trade at such a volume. A grim partnership of convenience, one that wrecked the demographics and stability of the region for generations. And so, the story of Africa's slave markets during the transatlantic slave trade is a sobering lesson in historical complexity. It demonstrates that the tragedy of the Atlantic slave trade was not the work of one continent alone, but a collaboration that spanned cultures. European slave traders provided the ships, the demand for plantation labor, and the capital. African kings, merchants, and warlords provided the supply of human beings, exploiting internal conflicts and social systems for gain. Without African participation, the slave trade couldn't have grown so immense, and without European and American demand, it would not have arisen as much as it did. By examining the slave markets from Senegambia to Angola, we see agency and decision-making on the African side. Some leaders profited, expanded their realms, while others resisted or fell victim to the trade's disruptions. And we also correct, and very much so, that very simplistic misconception that Europeans alone were responsible for capturing Africans. In reality, the Middle Passage was just the final step of a long journey that often began with an African raid or judicial enslavement. We have to recognize that this nuance does not excuse any of the horrors of the trade, but it rather makes the tragedy more poignant by showing how both Africans were victims and participants. The slave trade was sustained by greed and violence in multiple societies, and its legacy is devastating. Entire regions depopulated or destabilized by the export of millions of people. And so we're left to wonder how African history might have unfolded has these human energies not been siphoned away. And that's a haunting question. Ultimately, the story that we've told today is not the story of one culture or one race oppressing another. It's the tale as old as time, the powerful taking the powerless and exploiting them. It's not that complicated. And, well, unfortunately, that's perhaps a trend that will continue. By the time we realize it, it usually looks a lot worse in hindsight. Now, thank you for joining me. I hope you've learned something. I'm sure you have, unless you're asleep by now. Perhaps you'll go to sleep now, or perhaps you'll watch another video. I don't know what you'll do. Feel free to watch another video, though. It's your choice. Let me thank the top-tier patrons and supporters. Dark, Kimberly, Christine, Sally, Ember, Susan, Cameron, Legitmus, Kerry, Charlene, Lynn Therese, Katiana, Nicholas Ulfadnir, Alexander, Charles, Christine, Dr. Neuro Nerd, Erin, Jaden, Jim, Jeffrey, Jessica, Madeline, Melissa, Orthodox Review, Scott, Stark Factory, Shell, Wendy, Josie, Sarah, Ryan, Thor, Cameron, Stefan, Kevin, HMSHH, Crystal, Talbury, Anthony, Lucy, Brandon, and Goo Goo Boo Barneck. Okay, that's it from me. Guys, we reached the end of another video. Perhaps you have a lot to think about. And next time somebody hits you with those old misconceptions, you can know it, and you can tell them about those African markets. Last time I made a video about slavery, and any time I make a video about slavery in the United States, there's always a lot of geniuses in the comments who want to remind me that, white people were slaves too, and it wasn't just the Europeans who were doing it. Well, guess what? I know. Everyone knows. Everyone who's opened a book realizes this. So part of making this video is to clear some of those misconceptions up. Anyway, let's hope we don't have any more geniuses in the comments with their outlandish theories. thank you very much for listening. It's been a pleasure. And lots of love to you all, as always. Good night.